Well, good morning, councillors. Welcome to one and all for the ordinary meeting of council for the month of October. Welcome to CEO Brian, general managers in the room, and all those staff watching online and those in the room as well. In particular, welcome to those in the gallery today, some of which will be introduced shortly by way of deputations and indeed an award that council received as well. This meeting is open to the public and is also live streamed, and I'd like to thank all of you in the room and of course those watching online as well. Can I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet, whose songlines traverse these lands, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. I mentioned just a couple of things there that will introduce some people through deputations. Before doing that, though, councillors, I just wanted to acknowledge, and I'm sure every one of you will agree, that we're so heavily reliant on the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services and Queensland Police Service, and indeed the SES and our council team to do the work they do in disasters. And we've seen that unfold over the last 24 hours in the likes of Cypress Gardens, Mulmerran Downs and Mulmerran Woods. And of course to our west in Western Downs, evacuations taking place in Tara and Kogan, and this is our third fire event this season, and we are still in spring. So therefore the forecast and the warnings for us becoming more and more alert, I guess, for us all. But I wanted to also place on record the efforts of Mulmerran Lions Club, who last evening catered for the 17 individuals who were at the Mulmerran Showgrounds in the pavilion as the evacuation centre, along with a number of pets as well. Also, councillors will recall we had a deputation, I think it may have been last year, from the Rapid Relief Team, and Queensland Fire Emergency Services had 100 of their firefighters on site yesterday, and the RRT team were engaged by QFES to look after them last evening. The community itself has been absolutely amazing in the way that they've reacted to this situation. Of course, the benefit of having gone through this before is something that has been valued by the community. A siren was sounded about 12:06 yesterday afternoon and enacted some action straight away. We then saw the community engaged immediately, to which point, even on their own social media pages, for those seeking support, the community helped by way of housing pets and others. So I just wanted to make particular mention of that. I'm sure councillors are aware of it because they've seen it, but the efforts of QFES, QPS particularly, by way of door knocking, getting people to evacuation, is to be applauded, and I'm sure all of our community join with us as councillors, as leaders of this community, in thanking everyone involved. So I just wanted to put that on the record first up this morning for you all. The second of which is an award, and it's an award that we should all feel justly proud of. It was the IPWEA Project Award, and Councillor Carol Taylor is very aware of this. Just some background in regard to this award. So it was only on the 11th of this month, so last week, Council was announced as the winner of the 2023 IPWEA QNT Excellence Award for the refurbishment of the Soldiers Memorial Hall for the category of projects between $2 and $5 million. The Soldiers Memorial Hall was successful in taking out first place for the Heritage listed. The building is now currently occupied by the Toowoomba RSL sub-branch and the totally and permanently incapacitated TPI community group. By way of background, the Soldiers Memorial Hall was first constructed in 1923, that's now a century old, to commemorate those from Toowoomba and surrounds who served in World War I and did not return. With the age of the building, the project experienced planning and construction challenges. As an example of this was the deterioration of the roof and drainage above the dance hall. This had allowed water seepage into the building and impacted the structure. During the concept design phase, feedback from an assembled community consultative committee was sought, which included members from the RSL and nominated community members, as well as Councillor Carol Taylor. The community worked with local building contractors in another great example of us working and supporting locals, North Build Constructions, to complete the works. In addition, local involvement was also included from Stephanie Keys Architects, Keogh Myers Consulting Engineers, Aspect Architects and Matt Nielsen Project Management. The Toowoomba Regional Council contributed $2.4 million toward the project in our 21-22 capital budget, and with $2 million from the Australian Government, the project was achieved under the Building Better Regions Fund. Today we have Hugh Dunn, the project sponsor, with us, Steve Holland, the project board member, Peter Maxwell, the Toowoomba Regional Council project manager. We also have Lara Nunn, the stakeholder engagement officer, and unfortunately Jade Babington is an apology. She was the heritage advisor. So by way of celebrating success, councillors, and showcasing to the community that they should be very proud of their council and certainly of the team, today it gives me great pleasure to call those folk forward, and we will officially present this award to them. So if Hugh, Steve, Peter and Lara can come forward, and we'll present this to you. Thank you all very much. I encourage the community to check out the RSL. It is a beautiful building, a monument, and very well done. And obviously, clearly, from a state level, it's also won the award. So congratulations to everyone involved. What a great result for our community. Councillors, we move then to the next part of the meeting, the item number 2, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence. Councillor Carroll. We've got another award. It's a double award day. This is fantastic. So, Kylie, if you'd like to come forward.
I should have, made just a reminder to you that I was also there when one of our individuals won an award, which I'm very, very proud of on behalf of the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Councillor Carroll.
And that's to Michael Courtney. So this was the winner team of the year, Michael Courtney.
Michael Courtney, who does a tremendous amount of work for our and part of his team and leads our whole organisation in workplace health and safety and wellbeing.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Michael, congratulations. If you'd like to come forward as well, and we'll acknowledge you in the appropriate fashion. Well done. Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Carroll. Not the first time Michael's received awards for safety on behalf of the organisation, so thank you very much indeed. We can now move to item number 2, which is attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting a leave of absence, declarations of conflict of interest. There's clearly no apologies. Is there any granting of leave of absence? Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to be granted a leave of absence from any committee, ordinary or special meetings of council which may be scheduled during the period of the 15th of November 2023 to the 15th of December 2023 due to medical reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Seconder, Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Any other leave of absence that need to be recorded at this stage? If not, we don't have any declarable prescribed conflicts of interest. However, we do have a declarable conflict of interest from Councillor Farquhar, which is item number 8, item 5. Councillor Farquhar, would you like to read out your declaration, please?
I request that it be minuted and declared that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 5 at the Water and Waste Committee meeting following the 10th of October. Water and Waste Committee meeting today as well, due to a conflict of interest.
Thank you very much, and we'll deal with that when we get to that item as well, Councillor Farquhar, which will mean you'll be removed from the meeting for that vote. Any other conflicts of interest that anyone would like to raise at this stage? If not, if there's something else that crops up through the meeting, please feel free to raise that, or if you feel another councillor may have a conflict, then also the same applies. Item number 3, councillors, is the confirmation of minutes, and we have a number of minutes there to confirm, the first of which is the ordinary meeting of council on the 19th of September. All were present. If someone move the confirmation of minutes moved by Councillor Nancy, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? The motion's carried. Our second is a special meeting, key responses to the draft shaping SEQ regional plan, 4th of October. All were present. Someone move that special meeting, moved by Councillor Megan, seconded by Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa, sorry, Councillor Melissa, Megan and Melissa. Those in favour? Motion is carried. The next is the special meeting stage 1, tender submissions for the Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade Project on the 4th of October. All were present. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously. And our final minutes for confirmation is stage 2, tender submissions for the Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade Project on the 10th of October. All were present. Someone move the confirmation of that. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously as well. Councillors, item number 4 is business arising out of the minutes of previous meetings. There's no business arising out of the minutes. We'll move directly to item number 5, which is presentation of petitions. And Councillor McMahon, I believe you have a petition.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I read this petition out before I speak to it? Draws the attention of Council that there are very few fully fenced playgrounds in the Toowoomba City area. We therefore request Council to implement a plan to increase the number of fully fenced playgrounds over the next 5-year period to a ratio of at least 1 fully fenced playground per 10,000 residents. It is the intent of the petitioners of this that with consideration given to population density, i.e. Toowoomba City itself, also meet this ratio, being the densest population in the region. Chair, could I speak to it for a minute and congratulate the principal petitioner, Jessica Balnaves, who has done very, very well negotiating through council on how to write a petition and how to form one and structure it, being otherwise, it can be a rather daunting process for those who are not into it. But certainly Jessica put this to the community, was hoping for 1,000 signatures, and I'm happy to present this petition today with 1,060 signatures. Some are from afar, but the vast majority are residents of Toowoomba region who also would like to see Jessica's idea for more fully fenced playgrounds in Toowoomba. So, Chair, happy to present this petition to Council, and I did mention it, but I'll say it again. Presenting a petition doesn't mean it's necessarily going to happen now, but I'm very happy to present this petition on behalf of Jessica and the other 1,060 signatures. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Just confirmation earlier with Council governance that this has been checked and is eligible by wage structure, so that's been confirmed prior to you coming here today, Councillor McMahon, which is fine. So we have a petition. Councillors, moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Would you like to bring that forward, Councillor Tim? Thank you. Great. Thank you for that. Councillors, we move then to item number 6, which is business which the Mayor has, or a mayoral minute. There's nothing there for today. Item number 7, reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. And the first deputation, and we welcome with rapturous round of applause Jane Barham to come forward. Well done, Jane. Jane is being joined by Emily and Christine. This is obviously and clearly about LifeFlight, Regional Advisory Committee, and the role of the local LifeFlight and activities update. So Jane, I'll hand over to you, and you've got 10 minutes, and there might be a couple of questions near the end. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Jane Barham, and I was invited to join the Darling Downs RAC in January 23. One of our objectives this year was to keep local government abreast of the activities of LifeFlight in their region. I'm joined today by Emily O'Sullivan and Christina May.
Thanks, Jane. As Jane said, we have both joined the RAC in January this year. Prior to that, I have been involved in LifeFlight for a previous 5 years. After my son at the age of 5 back in 2013 was airlifted by Lifelight, which some of you may already know this story, but I wanted to tell you the reason why I have so much passion to keep this in the air. So we're at the School of Fate, and my son decided to go on a ride that he really shouldn't have been allowed to go on for height. And he was flown from that ride and landed in the fairy floss machine. And to our knowledge, he was, unconscious on the floor, and we required the services of Lifelight. So by the time we got to the base hospital, the chopper was already in air to us. The Toowoomba chopper was out of service that day, so we got the chopper from North Coast to come and rescue us, and we were at the Children's Mater Hospital within an hour of him having that accident. So, from then, it's been our passion of Barry, my husband, and myself to make sure we keep these choppers in the air, that this is something that our region is in desperate need of and that we can't do without. So, and I'll just hand you over to Christine to tell you a bit about her.
Thank you. My name's Christine May. I'm the General Manager of Special Projects for Lifelight Australia. I actually joined Lifelight about 4 years ago, and I was their Head of Finance for that initial period through COVID and all the rest of it. In the last probably 12 to 14 months, have moved out of that sort of finance cap and have gone into, as I said, special projects and also external affairs and advocacy. So working with obviously the regions and the community as part of also looking to the future of, as you would be quite aware, building new bases. So being able to be fortunate enough to, we've just finished the Roma base. We're about to start another one in Mount Isa. We've building along with Brisbane Airport Corporation, again, a huge aeromedical hub in Brisbane at the Brisbane Airport. And then on the back of the new government funding announcement that we're still working through for over the next 10 years, we actually were fortunate to get some additional funding for a new Sunshine Coast base. So part of that journey from Lifelight's perspective has been about looking to the future, about future-proofing what we bring to the regions, and it's really important that we continue to grow and move forward with, I'll say, the growth of the different areas. And that includes Toowoomba, where we started on a journey where we had a sort of a hangar. We got a new base built partly funded by government and community back in 2000 when it opened in 2018, and then we had a very obviously substantial benefactor in Clive Burkhofer, and again knowing that we are wanting to move forward, and depending on the growth of the regions, what happens next. But what I would also like to pass on from Lifelight's perspective is the unwavering support and contribution that Toowoomba Council has actually given to Lifelight over the years through various forms, and it is very helpful, and we really do appreciate it, and we hope that those relationships will continue into the future.
Now speed dating, feels like it anyway. In the financial year of 2023, the Toowoomba base flew 806 missions. Lifelight flies two types of missions. The first is inter-facility transfers, and the other is rescue missions. Over 50% of our flights are from hospital to hospital. We give rural Queenslanders access to excellent medical care that they need in the fastest and safest way possible. The remaining missions are rescue missions, and the majority of, well, the highest number came from motor vehicle accidents in the Darling Downs region. The Toowoomba base choppers can travel as far west as Cunnamulla. This year, Lifelight built a base in Roma, and that extended our range. You can see the pink circle there, further west, but there are still areas in southwest Queensland that we are beyond our reach. In the following year, in the upcoming year, it is our plan to put forward a submission to get fuel pods put along our western boundary or perimeter, and that will take us into those areas. We will need support from the Darling Downs and South West Queensland Council of Mayors when we go to government to ask for funding. And so please look out for that. We've been serving Australia for over 40 years. We started as CareFlight, but then rebranded in 2016 as LifeFlight. There's a critical difference here as New South Wales continued to operate as CareFlight and will approach Queenslanders for fundraising. So LifeFlight is your local service, L for L. We're available 24/7, 365 days of the year. We save lives and at no cost to the patient. Our network is expanding and Toowoomba leads the way with innovation, facilities and equipment. The Roma and Sunshine Coast bases they've built new bases and they're incorporating an information centre as part of their operational facility. The Darling Downs RAC has seen this as our future project and we will be developing an information centre out at the base in the year to come. This is a story about a local patient and it illustrates our ability to access an accident site directly. We can begin treatment immediately and thereby not only save lives, but give the patient maximum potential in rehabilitation so that they can live a happy, productive future life. LifeFlight has a short but remarkable history in the Toowoomba region. We began in 2006 as the dream of 12 local businesses. And by 2011, we had 2 choppers and we were a full-time base. Next one, please. And in 2018, we built the Clive Burkhofer LifeFlight Centre. It houses our 2 AW139 helicopters, which have a huge range. That's what's so amazing about them. It has an engineering workshop that's purpose-built for these machines and it houses our crew 24/7. And the net result of that is that we can get a rescue mission in the sky in 4 minutes. That's amazing. Next one, please. The Toowoomba Regional Council has worked with LifeFlight since 2006 and we acknowledge and value your belief and support that has helped us to achieve the service outcomes to our shared communities. Thank you. In the year of 2022, calendar year, we flew 185 missions in the local government area of Toowoomba. These are some of the recent media releases, and in view of time, I have printed a few of them. If you need a microscope, but if you want to peruse them in your own time. People often ask me, what makes up a crew on a LifeFlight chopper? And in short, they're in great hands. It's an intensive care unit in the sky. In 2021, LifeFlight was getting feedback from the crews saying that they were a little frustrated that when they got to that accident in such quick time, there were a few things that if the people who were there first at the accident knew what to do, the patient would have a better chance of survival. And so LifeFlight started First Minutes Matter. First Minute Matter is a mobile training facility that works around Queensland, and you can see we've got 9 bases. And Toowoomba has an allocation of a few days a year. This year, the RAC decided that we would implement and build a First Minutes Matter program based in Toowoomba, full-time. We're going to run community-based and school-based training that is free, that will teach our residents the skills that they need if they are ever first attendees at a traumatic experience or event, whether it's snakebite, car accident, choking. Alongside that program, we are going to run a business that trains or provides training services to businesses, and with the hope that it becomes a self-funding program. Okay, so we need your support through word of mouth, social media recommendations, and if you have businesses, training your staff in first aid. So can you please keep an eye and ear out for that launch? We are in final process at the moment of recruitment. We've got the business plan, we've raised the funds, and we're almost ready to launch. Thanks. And this is Emily's story, and she pretty well sums up the reason why we do this.
When I got to her, she was completely unconscious, and I knew we were in a bit of trouble. She fell off and hit her head, and that's all it took, really. I told them straight away, we need a helicopter. Don't even bother with an ambulance, just send a helicopter. It got worse and worse as the sort of moments were passing. We knew that it was serious. Emily was starting to skip breaths, taking only sort of every second and then every third breath. That's when I knew things were really bad, when they said that they were going to take control of Emily's airways. So they pretty much took control of her airways on the side of the road with cars passing by.
In flight, we worked really hard to maintain the standard of care, to give her oxygen, to give her drugs, to help her blood pressure, to help her brain.
We've been told that if, it was longer that we got to hospital, like if we had a drove the 6-7 hours it took to get to Brisbane, she almost certainly wouldn't be with us now. And the doctors have said that, getting Emily to hospital quickly was imperative for her brain not to continue to damage. And we're just starting the process of learning to run again, so which will be exciting. I know she's really looking forward to chasing her brother and sister around.
It's good to be able to thank them.
Yeah, we do owe a huge debt of gratitude to Lifelight.
Patty cake, baby.
To see her surprising us today was really good. She's doing well. You feel a little bit safer knowing that you can get help that quickly. Service is essential. Without Lifelight, we wouldn't have our little Emily with us. So yeah, please donate.
Thank you for letting us share that story with you. It's obviously still quite emotional for me every time I speak about it. So, but is there any other questions that you've got for any of us?
Thank you. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you. So it's my understanding that the Royal Flying Doctor Service is investing more in jets, so their fixed wings are much bigger and therefore can't land on rural properties. So really you're filling that void in many ways. So I'm just wondering, do they actually give you some sort of support? Are you working in partnership with them, or?
I'll let Christine answer that.
Yes, we do actually work quite closely with Royal Flying Doctor Service. So, for example, our Roma base, whilst that was actually being built, we were, fortunate because of the size of the chopper. We were needing to house it in their facility, which was, very grateful. The new facility that is going to be in Mount Isa is a co-located facility because of obviously the location and the requirements and the needs there. Again, co-jointly working there with them. Bundaberg office is also a facility that is co-located with our Royal Flying Doctor Service, and we've actually got a subsidiary called MediFlight. Whilst it's still sort of working through, but it's actually board members of both RFDS and through, but it's actually board members of both RFDS and Life sit together and look sort of that to sort of leverage. Just on the back of, for example, your fixed wing, Lifelight also has a fixed wing arm of its operations, which deals with Queensland Health. We have jets in Townsville, Brisbane, and we have one based in Singapore. So from an, repatriation, getting people out and things like that, from insurances when people are injured, we sort of do that as well. And we have an agreement with Queensland Health for the fixed wing side of our operations. Just also wanting to leverage off what was mentioned earlier about the remote fuel pods. Working with one of our fuel suppliers and board members, Stuart Moreland, IOR have actually brought into the country and have actually spec'd up 2 remote fuel pods at their cost, which we are then looking, as we're talking about, trying to find the most appropriate location to extend that reach into those areas of the state that we actually can't provide that access to the community. So we're going through those process at the moment to identify the best parts, whether it be council or private land, to be able to put those facilities on. And again, just expanding on the Visitor Experience Centre, Roma is going to be our first stage 1 that's going to be hopefully opened on the 15th of December. One of the insights is to bring the community in to be able to visually experience what Lifelight does, and the Roma base has a massive 3.2 by 1.2 viewing window that actually, as you come in, you're looking right into the hangar so you can actually see the helicopter, but the rest of this facility is supposed to be interactive and sharing stories and just understanding the journey of each of the regions. And again, we've got planned for the new build Sunshine Coast, which will probably be about 4 to 5 times the size of the Roma one that's actually going on. So with the seeing what I'll say the scope that the Roma one was going to be starting out at when we did the Hello Hangar launch just recently at Roma, and had some schematics up of how that was going to look. From the local Toowoomba base, it would be something fantastic, especially if bringing schools, community, just to engage and coming into the community to understand the services and the capabilities.
Okay, thank you, Christine. Thanks, Jane. Thank you, Emily, very much indeed. We do appreciate it, and I love the L for local, Lifelight local. That's a good tagline.
Or C for cockroach.
Good on you. Thanks very much. Our next deputation is now Lisa or Liz? Lisa? At the consultation you had 3 names that was referred to, so Lisa is your preference? Very good. Lisa Balmain, Glenn Ogden and Jane Lafrenz, farmers from the Cecil Plains district, around the community concerns regarding coal seam gas. And this follows a commitment by council to have a deputation, invited deputation to the ordinary meeting of council. And so we followed up on that and welcome you, Lisa, to come forward and present. And if the others are coming with you, more than happy for them to come forward at the same time. The benefit of going second is that you've seen the process. And again, we did run over the 10 minutes there, but we'll try and stick to that 10-minute mark or close to it if we can.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa, very much.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald and fellow Toowoomba Regional councillors, for allowing us to present to you today. My name's Lisa Balmain. I'm here with Jan Lafrenz and Glenn Ogden. As the Mayor said, we're farmers from Cecil Plains. We come to you today representing a united front of farmers from our area to voice our concerns surrounding coal seam gas development on the Condamine alluvial floodplain between Dalby and Cecil Plains and surrounds. Our farms are family run and multi-generational. Ours, for example, has been in our family for over 100 years. They're classed as priority agricultural areas and produce an abundance of food and fibre crops. Our deep black clay soils are some of the most fertile in Australia. They are often referred to as black gold. The importance of agriculture in this region is demonstrated in the latest Department of Ag AgTrend figures, Toowoomba Regional took out the top spot in the state for agricultural gross value production with a staggering value of $1.36 billion, with the Western Downs in close second with 1.1 billion. Agriculture has been the backbone of this region for many years, and we hope it will continue to be for many centuries to come. Our Energy Surat gas project has had tenure approved across our farms dating back to 2013. To give you a quick background, the project proposes to drill 6,500 gas wells across the tenure, which stretches from Wandoan in the west to Millmerran in the south, encompassing large stretches of the Condamine River. The project is predicted to produce approximately 510 billion litres of co-produced water extracted from the Great Artesian Basin, which will generate an estimated 2.3 million tonnes of toxic salt over the 40 years life of the project. Is this how I move the... Oh yeah, thank you. Sorry. As yet, our farms are undeveloped, but we realise it's only a matter of time before they commence their march across the Condamine River, which marks a token barrier to the present day's development profile. From the map above, you'll be able to see the red dots represent the existing gas wells, and they're in the Kapan-Tipton region at the moment. The purple represents the priority agricultural area markation, and then the purple lines mark out the approved petroleum lease areas. So we're sort of in the firing line waiting for it to come our way. We are not only concerned for our own personal reasons and the direct impacts it will have to our farm businesses, livelihoods, and no doubt our own mental health, but also for the impacts it will have on the wider community, its social fabric, and our surrounding environment. Our biggest and most pressing concerns lie with the impacts the industry inflicts on groundwater. Our region is unique as it overlies a precious, good quality shallow aquifer, the Condamine alluvium. This is relied upon by farmers for stock and domestic purposes, as well as for the irrigation of food and crops. It's also critically relied upon by regional towns for their water supply, like those of Clifton, Millmerran, Nobby, Brookstead, Southbrook, and the larger regional towns like Pittsworth and Dalby. The Condamine alluvium is vital for the health and economy of this region, and I believe it is safe to say that this region would not be what it is today if it was not for this precious groundwater resource. For those that are not familiar with coal seam gas, the gas companies drill down to the coal seams, in our case the Walloon coal measures, drilling through the overlying good quality aquifers like the Condamine alluvium, which sits directly on top of the Walloons. In order to release the gas, they have to depressurise the coal measures by pumping out copious amounts of water, which is keeping the gas in place, absorbed to the coal. This results in significant drawdown in the coal measures themselves. As you will see from the maps above, there is predictions of excess of 500 metres drawdown in some places, and there's 3 different coal measures. That's a potential 1.5 kilometres level of water loss in the coal seams themselves. This will alter the hydraulic pressure with the surrounding aquifers, like the alluvium. This then risks drawdown from the adjacent aquifers where connectivity pathways exist. As you would see, so on this map it shows, it's not really clear to see unfortunately, but it shows all the predicted impaired water bores in the local area, which will be impaired thanks to the coal seam gas activity. In the current underground water impact report, there are over 700 regional water bores predicted to be impaired across the whole Surat. With every UR cycle, the underground water impact report, that gets published, released every 3 years, hundreds more bores get added to the list. This will affect not only towns and areas close to the proposed gas fields like Dalby, but also those further afield. You might not be able to see, but it shows on the map that there are bores predicted to be impacting Bowenville, Mount Tyson and Irongate districts. And they are a considerable distance from the proposed coal seam gas development areas. This industry will have far-reaching effects on the region's groundwater resources. The Office of Groundwater Impact Assessment are predicting a drawdown impact of approximately 1,300 megalitres per year from the Condamine alluvium associated with coal seam gas production. This equates to approximately 4 months of town water supply across the whole alluvium, or the agricultural production to make 550,000 pairs of jeans, 11 million pairs of socks, or 4.5 million loaves of bread. Water can go a long way. And this predicted loss of water is based on modelling that does not take into account the presence of unknown or minor faults, fractures, nor gas well integrity failure, where the steel or cement casing may fail, both scenarios creating connectivity pathways and cross-contamination potential between the poor quality depressurised coal seams and the good quality overlying aquifers. We are extremely concerned about the lack of scientific uncertainty surrounding the connectivity between the Condamine alluvium and the Walloon coal measures. Oggia and Arrow jointly carried out a connectivity study in 2016, which concluded that the level of hydraulic connectivity between the Walloons and the alluvium is low, and yet this was tested at only 2 locations across the whole Condamine alluvium extent. These are marked by the stars on that map. Now this map shows the thickness of the transition zone between the Walloons and the alluvium. The white denotes where it's absent, so where the alluvium sits directly on top of the Walloons. So it was only done in 2 locations, and the 2 locations are where the actual transition zone is fairly thick. To me, if you were really wanting to test the risk of connectivity, you would test whether the transition zone is thin or absent. As you will see on the right, in fact, 40% of the alluvium's transition layer is less than 5 metres. They did not do this test in the more vulnerable areas. Despite their assurance of negligible connectivity, here we are today, currently in the process of getting a gassy irrigation bore in the Condamine alluvium at Rangers Bridge, just west of Dalby, tested for the presence of methane. This bore is within 7 kilometres of the Dandine gas field, which has been operating since 2007. The presence of methane at this site demonstrates that connectivity pathways do exist. It goes without saying that if gas migration starts to occur in the alluvium, then it will eventually render our pumps unusable, as they are not designed to pump gas, they're designed to pump water. It will cause our meters to excessively overread, as is happening at Rangers Bridge. It creates a significant safety hazard due to methane's flammability. It could also change the water chemistry and quality within the alluvium. It may impact the suitability of groundwater for certain applications. We can presently drink our bore water, it's that good. This could all change and require ongoing treatment costs that are presently not required. These cost implications to landholders and council could be excessive. In this same area as the gassy bore, we are seeing drawdown in a monitoring bore of over 3 metres, which exceeds the 2 metre make good trigger threshold and far surpasses Oggia's predicted drawdown impact of 20 to 50 centimetres, which you'll see on that map. Many experts and professionals pointed to the inappropriateness of coal seam gas development over the Condamine alluvium back in the early days of the planning and approval stages over a decade ago. However, these fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the promises of economic benefits and jobs, jobs, jobs. The limited economic benefits promised as part of the project's approval process will pale in comparison to the value of lost groundwater if our well-founded fears are realised. And these fears have been increased 100-fold of late, thanks to the news that over 2,000 single-cased gas wells may have suffered corrosion across the Surat Basin. It is alleged that microbiological action has caused the corrosion and that the gas company in question is attempting to treat the bacteria in the wells with an unknown, potentially hazardous biocide. If this turns out to be true, and we are still waiting on a response from the state government on this, then the consequences of such don't bear thinking about in regards to the potential impacts to the Great Artesian Basin and the overlying alluviums with which these gas wells interfere. Even without this bacterial caused corrosion, cement cannot be expected to last intact into perpetuity. Deviated wells, which are proposed across the majority of the Primag farmland on the Arrows tenure, where the depths allow, are more prone to well integrity issues. The risks that the well integrity failure impose on the Condamine alluvium are unacceptable. Now that Arrow are starting to encroach on the western margins of the alluvium, time is of the essence. We are starting to see the red flags, and they must be taken notice of and addressed before the gas industry is permitted to puncture the Condamine alluvium like a pincushion with potentially widespread and irreversible impacts. Another major concern in our area is the Harrain Fault. It's a major fault line which runs 40 kilometres from Dalby to Cecil Plains. It has the potential to create significant connectivity pathways both vertically and horizontally. It has significant displacements exceeding 100 metres in certain locations, juxtaposing good quality aquifers in direct contact with the walloons. From the limited seismic surveys that have carried out, it is known that it does this in the deeper depths with the Hutton sandstone. They are unsure about the connectivity potential in the shallow depths, as the seismic surveys resolution isn't suitable for anything above 300 metres deep. To do this, they have to fly an airborne electromagnetic survey to help determine the hydrological characteristics and potential connectivity pathways in the shallow depths, so those especially concerning the alluvium. Now, this was only flown in May this year. We've been told by Oggia that this could take them a considerable time to analyse and process the data. They have inferred that it won't be done in time for the next underground water impact report, and therefore will not be factored into the groundwater modelling that sits behind this report. So that the scenario on the right, that it could be a reality, that they just simply don't know. And yet, despite this elevated risk, they are allowing coal seam gas development to occur as we speak in that Harrain fault zone in Springvale, risking considerable groundwater loss from the adjacent good quality aquifers like the alluvium. This level of scientific uncertainty and the consequences of that above scenario being a reality is quite unacceptable. And I'll pass on to Jan to talk about subsidence.
Thanks, Lisa, and welcome, Jan.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, councillors and others in the room. Jan LaFrenz, farmer and landholder at Cecil Plains. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to present to council this morning, and I'm even more pleased that Lisa appears to have used up a little bit of time. So thank you. I'd just like to touch very briefly on one, I suppose, important but narrow aspect of the CSG industry as it relates to this region and Condamine floodplain, the part that is overlain by the central Condamine alluvium, the pivotal topic of this deputation. So before the production tenure was granted, Arrow Energy approached the central Condamine alluvium with an authority to prospect. Through lobby pressure and the obvious shortcomings of industry design at that stage, it's been delayed to the position that we're in now, where there's a further development plan to come onto the alluvium over the next few years. During that time, the brief timeline looks like this. When the subject of subsidence at the time was raised with the tenure holder, it was denied. There would be no subsidence expected. As time's gone on, the issue of subsidence has been modelled and predicted to occur, and in regions on the floodplain is now occurring, not yet on the alluvium. We have a position where the Office of Groundwater Impact Assessment, funded by industry, resource industry and the government, is currently modelling, predicting and ground truthing their models with actual results. So the subsidence can be considered to be causing permanent and irreversible impacts to the subject farmlands, which are prime agricultural areas coming under the Regional Planning and Interests Act. That Act has come about, well, the priority agricultural area in that Act has come about through industry lobby and the intention to protect this valuable land from resource impacts. The tenure holders currently have an application to government under that Act, under the Regional Planning and Interests Act. And it's a regional interest development application. That Act is actually causing some hurdle to the projected development, and we now, directly as a result, have a proposal by the state government to amend the legislation to take the subsidence impact away from the control of that Act and put it under the jurisdiction of the MERC-P Act, Mineral, Energy and Resources. So that assessment will then be addressed by the resource industry, essentially. That is but one of the very many what appear to be red flags that this industry is presenting to, I guess, the agricultural sustainability of this region. So you'd all be aware the Central Connemara alluvium, part of the Murray-Darling Basin, is of national significance as it's administered by the federal government. Toowoomba Regional Council holds an allocation. Agricultural users hold an allocation. There's been a long-term project to achieve sustainability in allocations in that aquifer. Ag use surrendered 50% of its allocation to achieve that. Resource has access, I beg your pardon, by virtue of co-produced water, unmetered, unregulated. So it's... So just briefly, in reference to the question of the first approach of subsidence and its likely impact or likely happening, if I could just quote some research which was 2010. Now I've put it aside. Here we go. I do beg your pardon. So to the question of subsidence causing changes to natural flow paths. Quote, however, consequences of subsidence and small changes to land surface topography in the study region could be important in terms of changing overland flow patterns, which may increase erosion and gully formation. That's from the assessment of impacts of the proposed coal seam gas operations on surface and groundwater systems in the Murray-Darling Basins, Moran and Vinks, UQ 2010. From the same study, the question of subsidence causing the opening of new or existing fractures. This is in relation to groundwater rather than surface water. I quote, in addition, proponents did not consider whether compaction of coal seams in the Walloon coal measures after dewatering might result in deformation of overlying or underlying aquifers or measures or confining units. This deformation may result in opening of new or existing fractures in these units, which would change the hydraulic relationship and may change groundwater flows between aquifers. From the same study, assessments of impacts of the proposed coal seam gas operations on surface and groundwater systems in the Murray-Darling Basin, Moran and Vinks 2010. So, as Lisa's very in-depth research indicates, that there's significant concern. We face what would appear to be a determined government action to have this industry proceed against overwhelming environmental sustainability questions, and we just want to thank you for the opportunity to deputise this to the council this morning.
Thank you very much, Jan. We're summing up.
That's it.
Up to that. Thanks.
Yeah, my name's Glenn Ogden. We farm quite an area around Cecil Plains and also between Dalby and Cecil Plains. I'll get to the point. We're in real trouble. We've trusted the process of relying on science for 10 years. If you can bear with me, I'll take you along a journey. When we first had the CSG industry land on our doorstep at Cecil Plains, my immediate concern was, because I grew up in Western Queensland, my father was a bore driller and a windmill expert. I spent a big hunk of my young life, not at school, but in a windmill, dealing with corrosion in bores, and I immediately knew drilling through the Condamine alluvium was a disaster. The integrity of these bores was not going to last, and we would very soon see the quality of the water deteriorate. It's impossible to prove this, but my experience tells me from dealing with hundreds of bores in my young life that corrosion and steel happens under the ground. You've only got to go to the coast and see what concrete does. In buildings at the coast, concrete does not provide a barrier to that happening. Unfortunately, politics has got caught up in this from the very beginning, and Dandine started producing gas around 2007. That was the beginning of a change of Premier, and we launched into this thinking this was going to be a saviour of this state financially. So we got caught up in that, and it was a really bad start. And from the very beginning, two wrongs never make a right. What we found was in the Dandine area, and this area here has dams now unexplainably losing water. We're having subsidence, which we've been told by Oggia will happen in a consistent manner in a gas field, and it's not happening. And we had one of the senior people who put the information to Oggia together to base these statements say to us in a meeting a little over a week ago, the subsidence will not be even. It will be inconsistent, and as most of us would practically know, it will be in relation to the distance away from the gas borehole. So that was after many years of listening to information saying, don't worry guys, from when we first dealt with subsidence 3 years ago, you're just going to sink evenly, don't worry. So our greatest fear is how we're going to deal with this. Our farms are laser level to the millimetre. Every drop of water is recycled as legislation requires of us. To the initial flush needs to stay in our farm. It has taken many years and often a big hunk of the value of our farms to do that. Currently I have at risk nearly $100 million worth of asset on this area of farmland. I've spent my life investing in water. That's all I think about, and how to use it sustainably. I cannot live with what's happening at the moment. The state government presented, we've hit a new level as of a week or two ago. They are going to change the legislation that was put in place, or legislations to protect our water and land. It was done in the best manner at the time to provide protection from this industry taking control of our farms. In the presentation, a representative who was brought out to tell us what he was going to do from state planning stated he was acting on the advice of the Queensland Gas Commission to remove subsidence from the initial assessment process. There's only one way to say that. In their 8 recommendations, that was not recommended. It was a downright lie. There's only one way to put it. And when I asked him to clarify that with a yes or no answer after he stated they were acting on that advice, he said no, that was incorrect. I then decided to play a few games. We had Department of Resources, DAF, State Planning. I asked them what do they know about Dalby, and there was 2 answers from the combined group of their knowledge, and it was flat. And this really goes to the core of what you're dealing with as a council here. The other answer was it floods. I asked them, do they know the population of Dalby? No one knew. These guys are going to change this legislation for us. I then asked them, do you know where the water supply comes from in Dalby? Did not have a clue. They couldn't tell me if it was stored out of a river, whatever. They had no idea it come from the Condamine alluvium. These guys are determining our future. I was pretty horrified about that. I thought they'd come out and have some knowledge, but they did know what they were going to do to that legislation. And he did answer to my question, would we be able to prevent coal seam gas occurring on our individual farms under the legislation changes? He said there is nothing that you'll be able to draw on to stop this industry occurring on our farms. That was a moment we've been waiting for 10 years and fearing. So no matter the red flags that have been produced, and there's many, I cannot even begin to cover the problems that are occurring out there. I know an organisation like yourselves rely on good information, truthful information, but when the state government, and there's only 2 beneficiaries of this industry, the state government and the resource sector are so conflicted, you're not going to get a good decision made. And everyone we talk to in departments, and it's been 10 years of it, we've done everything. We've jumped through every hoop. We've provided information. We've done it in good faith. At the end of the day, at the end of how many meetings you go to, they said, can you find a way to coexist with this industry? I've started telling them it's not coexistence, it's subjugation. We do not have any power in this process. And I'm at the end of my tether. What's happening is we've got to December to do something about this proposal of taking any protection from prime agricultural land away. It's nearly a done deal. In some ways I'm feeling some relief because I just want to go back and farm and grow crops with our irrigation water, and my family will probably find a bit of relief in that too. But I cannot live with the thought that we can stop this major disaster happening. The gas wells that Lisa touched on, 7 kilometres from Dalby, has a baseline assessment was done in 2013. I can't believe I've wasted 10 years of my life since then, and there was methane present in the water samples. ARRA has to provide those samples to Augia. All their assessments based on connectivity has been based on we will not see gas present in the Condamine alluvium in the water. They've had that information since 2013, and I would think Augia is ill-equipped to even research all this information that's been thrown at them. I don't know where information hides. It's not in a cupboard anymore. It's up in the clouds, I'm told. But it's not part of their assessment process. Every decision since then has been based on their assessments, the UAs and everything following it. So it's totally flawed, and we need time to go back and get to the truth. Only the truth will decide if this industry should go ahead. We need a precautionary principle approach, because when this is messed up, we can't go back. We can't fix it. It's irreversible. It's a short-term gain. It's trying to balance some budgetary problems the state's had, and no government's excluded from those problems. I don't want this to be political in any way. It's constantly another wrong trying to fix up a poor decision.
You might have to just wrap it up if you don't mind, Glenn.
What I would ask from this council is that they consider calling for a moratorium on any future progress over the area that you're responsible for. You're in very good shape. You have very little CSG production wells drilled through the alluvium. You have time. Dalby's in a hell of a mess. You have time, but remember the alluvium is interconnected. I would ask you to call for a moratorium. There was a precedent set in 2012 from Somerset Council. I don't know if they had the power to call for a moratorium, but or they announced a moratorium, I believe, and they were trying to portray they didn't want this industry. So we need some help. We've got no time left. Doesn't matter what we put in our submissions. We know this has been well prepared. It's been prepared for 12 months when we thwarted an interim access policy that was very poorly sorted out a year ago, and they've been working on this ever since. We've got, I don't know, 6 weeks or something to come up with a reply. We know from the past our submissions will be ignored, only the good bits will be taken out. There's been no financial process or investigation to what the cost benefits are and aren't. There's at no stage we've been asking for 10 years, what is a critical point that this industry shouldn't go ahead? There's so many failures here, and you guys could spend all day on this, and I promise you your mind won't be the same. And the only fear is that I haven't presented in a short time the seriousness of our situation and the seriousness of the situation that you face as a council that's responsible for the future access to water, which is a basic human right. So I'll leave it at that, and I thank you for the opportunity for me to express our concerns.
We might just go to a couple of questions, councillors, and just noting, of course, that this is the reason this is a deputation is that it is being recorded and it's been actioned, and took the opportunity to talk to the Director General Warwick Agnew of the department in Gladstone actually, and suggested to him that he probably should watch the first hour and a bit of the meeting on Tuesday. So that's where the words you've gone. We'll go through to the department as well. Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you, Glenn, Jan, and Lisa for being here today and doing this deputation. Can I just get some clarity? So the request, it's been really useful information, but I just want to get clarity on the request that you've brought to Toowoomba Regional Council today, is that we consider a moratorium on any future progress within Toowoomba Regional Council land. Is that correct? And my question then is, how does that relate to the existence or revocation of existing licences?
I can't answer what it means. I fear that there may be compensation payable to Arrow. There's been several riders over access in place for up to 2 years. They have not been taken to an environmental court. We haven't had legislation tested. We presume the legislation stops them from progressing in those areas. So that's why they're changing, I feel, changing legislation. What we're asking is, and we're going to go to several other groups and ask for the same call. We want no further drilling over or through the Condamine drilling, and it'll be a combined effort, but we do need the courage of a concerned body to make that statement, and I feel that is the responsibility of a well-informed group to do that for who they represent, because there's so much doubt. No one, I've got to applaud the way you apply your conflict of interest and how well your meetings are run. So we've set a bit of an example for us in a few groups I'm in. But everyone is so conflicted in this space, we don't know where to stop and go. But I don't know if I've answered that question, but no one can turn this around, but we need to start somewhere, and we need a group with courage to do it.
Thank you, Glenn. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think so. It's a request from yourselves to Council to take to the state government on your behalves. Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Thank you all for your time. it shouldn't be as daunting as it is coming in here to talk to us, but you've done well. My question was similar, what you require of us, and I'm glad we got that sorted. I suppose I just wanted to pick up on, so there's a whole lot of these coal seam gas to the west of you guys around Dalby. They're not technically in Cecil Plains yet, but you've said they're on their way, right? And look, we know that the Condamine alluvium and the bores and the faults and everywhere that you get your water is a lot bigger than Cecil Plains. They travel and they're big. So when you talk about your hydraulic pressure and your water issues, if they're pulling it out with straws and using it on the other end, have you noticed any change to your hydraulic pressure or water use at present in Cecil Plains?
I have irrigation bores just to the west of Cecil Plains and around it. They're very shallow aquifer. I have suggested that we should be able to work out a bit more security for Cecil Plains for water from the alluvium. Unfortunately, council doesn't have land that can access that source, and I know you've tried to buy some allocation to do that, so I applaud you for that. I haven't seen any impact yet because we do not have many holes on the alluvium proper occurring, and that's why I said you're in good shape, but Dalby is not in good shape. They are blissfully unaware that there's gas present in the water at least back to 2013. Now, if that gas is occurring in the alluvium there naturally, it's a huge red flag. Has it been enhanced by the production since 2007? That's why we need time to investigate. We need science, we need answers. At the moment, there's a group of a handful of farmers, and we're pretty exhausted by this, trying to bring to the attention of the government they're running down a bad path. If we fail on that, this is irreversible. We do have time in your area. Dalby's in real trouble, like I said. If that gas is in there as a natural occurrence, it means the connectivity is far more than what Oggia has been putting in their reports all this time. There's many decisions been based on the fact that connectivity is little. If it's been enhanced by the production, which is very close, it's still a massive red flag. Whichever way we go, it's a problem. I believe a well-known hydrologist stated prior to this industry getting going, and the poor guy's not able to get in this space, he said, this industry shouldn't occur east of Chinchilla. It's, you know, this, the coal seams are too close to the alluvium. I know from drilling bores on my farms, in one space it was only 2.5 metres down to the first coal seam at the base of the alluvium, but we're told there's going to be no connectivity. We can look at all the graphs in the world. I've seen with my own eyes what reality is. The people at Kapun as a community, I think it'd be fair to say their neighbourly relations are irreparable. If someone decides to work with the industry because they can't stand this, then they're not able to talk to their neighbours about any concerns because that's part of the signing up for it. But that community, I think, is irreparable. I fear that's what we're going to see over the Downs proper. There's so many aspects to this I can't tell you in a short time.
Thanks, Councillor Tim.
We got there, but as of today, your water supplies are business as usual, just for information's sake?
We've reduced our access to water in agriculture by 50%. We are thinking we're going a long way towards sustainability in our use. What's hanging over us is this industry. So councils have not, town water supply has not been reduced. We've only picked Dalby up because I think they're going to see the impacts of this pretty soon. If we have a moratorium on this industry, it will be the first time the government and the resource sector will have to prove why they should operate in our space. It's been left to us with no resources to say what the concerns are. So it will, in my mind, reverse the onus of proof, which hasn't been present from the beginning.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Kerry?
No, thanks, Mayor. Thank you for today's presentation. A few of us were shown around the district by Arrow sometime, well, a month or two ago, and more recently, Councillor Bill and I had the pleasure of visiting Lisa's property, beautiful property, at a seminar. And I know Councillor Rebecca has been in that area as well, no doubt other councillors as well, talking to the people. We heard recently comparisons of income from the gas wells rates to the Western Downs Council, and it's really, I would have thought, quite dependent on that industry now, and it's something for us to think about as well. I'm just wondering, we are representatives of everyone out there. We recently had a community gathering at Cecil Plains, as you know. Lisa spoke. It was well attended, but it wasn't just on that issue. Do you have any, fairly objective idea of the number of farmers who agree with you as opposed to the others who might be keen to capitalise on what Arrow and others might offer? What's the division, if any?
I think we would have quite a majority of support. It's not, most farmers are full of surviving the natural changes in our life, and it's not natural for most people to fight for something that they think's wrong. And this has been, understanding this has been going on for over a decade now, and most people are battered by it. And I would suggest the majority of people don't understand what they're being told, and they don't understand this situation. They don't have the experience to draw on. We can gather a lot of support, we can be activists, but we've engaged in a polite manner. We've jumped through every hoop that's been provided to us, thinking at some stage the penny will drop and common sense will prevail and the Condamine alluvium will be treated differently to other areas in the state. This proposed legislation is one size fits all for all resource activities over the entire state. We will see a foreign-owned company deciding, will be telling us that it's a minor or they're not going to have any impact on our farms because subsidence will be out. We've done the water thing, but it hasn't been done. It's based on information that hasn't been factored in. It has to be done again. So we're in a hell of a bad situation, and time isn't our friend. And I don't think any responsible group asking for a moratorium till we can actually sort through all this because of the legislation change, I don't think anyone, wherever they sit in this debate, would have a problem with that, taking a precautionary principle on something that is irreversible if we get it wrong.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Bill, and might wrap it up on.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And you mentioned the part about compensation and the legislation. Are you talking about the current operating wells or the future planned, or the tenure over the land for the extraction licences? Is that?
As far as I'm aware, there's just a bond in place that Arrow had to put in a long time ago. I only mentioned the value of our farmland because the value of the bond, I believe, was about $35 million. And it wouldn't even sort our problems out, one individual grower. Our farm is not corporate owned, it's family owned. We see a change of the guard with family members. I'm very excited about that. And that's the only reason I mentioned the figure of the value of our farmland. There's been no financial study of the impacts of this against an industry that is sustainable forever, against an industry that's basically a cash grab. let's not touch on fugitive methane emissions. Look, we can talk here forever. There's so much wrong. We need to stop. The government are so down this road they can't stop. I suspect the alternate government is so far down this road they can't stop. So we need people that are not in that process or organisations to step up and say, we're suggesting a stop to get this right. And that's why we're here asking you guys to step up. We need some help. We'll be going to Dalby and then presenting the same information. I only found out that the test on the water was positive to methane being present in it from 2013. Arrow didn't request it to the landholder when they asked for it. We've got that information through a government agency. I can tell you it's 100% accurate. The water coming out of those bores, the test results haven't come back, but there was bubbles in it which would suggest there's methane present. And the bores are operating at about a third of their capacity, so there's been a major impact on that operation.
So I guess a small comment, Chair, if I may. Look, if we look at this balanced on the amount of variables and risk on the numbers of proposed wells and the 2,000 wells you state that have been declared as corroding, whilst there might be a compensation cost payable to the resource sector or the entity mining, I guess the question begs, not just of this boardroom, but for every Queenslander, I guess, what's the cost of not doing something or ignoring it when the agricultural industry contributes so much to GDP, as you've rightly stated at the beginning of the presentation, Lisa? So just a small comment.
Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. Really do appreciate it. Lisa, Jan, and Glenn, thank you. And as I said before, this is recorded, so therefore the department and the DG is well aware of this happening as well. We do appreciate you coming along, and no doubt councillors will continue conversation in regard to your request as well as you get closer to that December deadline. Do appreciate it. So councillors, we move. In fact, we might just adjourn the meeting, if you don't mind, for 7 minutes, if that's okay. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion is carried. 7 minutes. Thanks, councillors. Councillors, will resume the meeting and move to item number 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. Item 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee, and the motion is there before us, which is simply, there was only one item in that, which is development statistics, and the motion there too is as follows. Wendy, we'll put that up there when you get a chance. From clarity that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 10th of October 2023 be received. Another moved by Councillor Megan, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move then to item 8.2, which is water and waste. We do have one of the items, item 5, which they're both in confidential, but item 5 in particular is one that we do have a conflict of interest. So therefore, we'll deal with item number 4 first. Item number 4 is the confidential Crestbrook Dam Safety Upgrade Project. Would anyone like that removed to discuss?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield, does that mean that you're voting one particular way, or do you need to go into confidential?
Chair, I'm just a little bit confused between that one and the one down further, because you'll recall that one we deferred to the ordinary meeting, and then we go down to item 18.1. Aren't they one and the same?
No, this item is the recommendation from council was to defer to this meeting.
Yeah.
That's what we're voting on. So we're voting on what the committee recommendation was for last week, which we approved, and then that brings to this.
Fair enough. I'm happy to move then, or second, whatever. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Nancy, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. This is for item number 4 only, councillors. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. So, Councillor Farquhar, if you... thank you. That's okay. Very good. It shouldn't be too long, I'd hope, and will. So item number 5, councillors. No, you can leave that open just if you move to the chair at the other end, Edwina, you'll be okay. Thanks. So, councillors, item number 5 is the Wellcamp Business Park Bulk Water Supply Agreement, and the motion is there, which is to receive as per the committee recommendation last week. So the motion is to accept item number 5 in the 8.2 Water and Waste Committee. Have someone move that? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Nancy. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, James. Or thanks, Anne-Marie. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Our next item is 8.3, which is the Infrastructure Committee. There were no items, councillors. The motion is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 10th of October be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried. We then move to item 8.4. Councillors, there were 3 substantive items in that. Does anyone wish to remove anything from that? If not, councillors, we will move to the motion, which is simply that the report of the Environment Community Committee dated 11th of October be received and that the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? And motion's carried unanimously. We move then to item 8.5, which is the Finance and Business Strategy Committee. Again, there were 3 substantive items within that. Councillors, does anyone wish to remove anything from? Councillor Nancy, item number 4, you'd like removed and dealt with separately. Anyone else require anything else to be removed? If not, councillors, we'll go to the first motion, which is that the report of the Finance and Business Strategy Committee dated 11th of October be received, with the exception of item number 4, and the recommendations therefore be adopted. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Farquhar. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Councillor Summerfield, item number 4, which is Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery Revitalisation Business Case.
No. Sponsorship policy.
I thought for a minute I'd made a mistake.
Oh, sorry. Item number
8.5.4 is the sponsorship policy.
Righto. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Well,
Thanks.
that's completely different to what I've got on my list here. So that's totally confused me. Just wait 1 minute here. This is finance we're up to.
Yeah. 8.5, item 4, sponsorship policy.
That's correct.
Page 18 on
That's
board
right.
books. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
thank
that's
you.
correct. Thank you.
Cheers. I thought we had a discussion about changing, and my recollection could be wrong, about changing the delegations for sponsorship, and that we made the CEO from 5 to 15, I think it was the original one, and then 15 onwards was for councillors. And our reasons being, we used examples, which one was the charity bash, which councillors changed that recommendation because of information that we had at the time. And it also gave us an opportunity to promote the fact that we were sponsoring whatever events were around. And I thought we agreed that we would change that one, and it's still in the old format. But I could have got that wrong. It could have been that people felt that it should just be that.
So we've got Daniel here. So this is referring to, if you go back to the minutes of the committee recommendation.
Yeah.
That's where you're referring to, Councillor?
Yeah, it's on Board Books 171 in the track changes on there.
Okay, I'm referring to the committee recommendation, which was adopted last week, or 2 weeks ago, sorry.
Yeah.
And it's, when you go to the minutes of that, it's on page 154 of 235. And there are some changes in that. It says approvals, outgoing sponsorship. So the recommendation was to adopt with the following amendments, and number 3, principles, with a deletion, and then are you on? Can you find that page, Councillor? I just want to make sure that it is included what you're talking about.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So I was looking at the actual document. So
Oh,
the
okay.
document
Yeah, right.
doesn't reflect
The actual
change.
recommendation.
No.
No, because that was changed. So that recommendation becomes the document. It will become the document.
So it will then be changed after we
That's right.
endorse it today.
That's right.
Thank you. Apologies if there's...
That's okay.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So you're comfortable with what we're voting on is that what's in there on page 154 of 235. Happy with that? So councillors will then go back to, let me just revert back to today's meeting, and therefore the motion will be that item number 4 is received and the recommendation therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Those against? You in favour? Unanimous in that regard. Wendy, you recorded when Edwina was out. Sorry, I'm just backtracking there. You did? Thank you. Very good. Thank you, councillors. We move then to item 8.6. And 8.6, there were no items. This is a reception of Committee for Economic Development. Therefore, the motion is that the report of Economic Development Committee dated 11th of October be received. So if someone move that, moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, councillors, thank you. We move now to item number 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement as at the 30th September. Anne-Marie, welcome to you, General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson. I'll hand over to you, Anne-Marie, for some remarks. Sorry, I've got some gear.
Good morning, councillors. So just presenting the monthly performance statement for the period ending 30th of September. And this is the quarterly report. So there is some additional reports to the standard 4 monthly reports. So the 4 normal reports: financial performance summary, the consolidated financial performance statement, the key priority projects and the disaster recovery funding, the DRFA report. So additional to those reports, we've included the current year's sustainability statement. So we've been taking councillors on that journey with us, with implementing that new sustainability framework, which is required to be reported on for the first time the 30th of June 2024. This is the first time we've included that one for your consideration. And we've also included the capital work summary. So if we go to page 21 of 341, highlights for September, or the September implications, really around that unrestricted cash at the end of September, $190 million, or 7.44 months. So we would expect the cash holdings to be high at that time of the year, just after we've levied the first lot of general rates. But that healthy balance sets us up for funding major capital works in the coming months. Our general rate arrears at the 30th of September, 4.5 million, 5.43%. That's compared with 5.28% for the same period last year. So that result, a good result, and it's a good indication of how we're tracking. With our current status for sales of arrears, which is another indicator, we're down to 12 properties with the auction there scheduled for the 8th of November. Page 27 of 341, the consolidated financial performance statement. I did send an email last week just going through each of those components, explaining what the variants are. In summary, our operating income's tracking slightly ahead of budget, 3% for 3.3 million, and that's primarily due to grants received ahead of budget. Operating expenditure tracking slightly below budget, 2.3 million, 2%, and really that's just that one component, materials and service, but also depreciation. So materials and services, it's a timing difference, but with depreciation, there will be a proposed amendment to the budget brought to councils as part of the budget review process. Capital income tracking ahead of budget, 33%, with both grants and sale of assets tracking ahead of budget. Grants, again, just a timing issue. So when we develop the budget, we develop the cash flows of when we anticipate expenditure will incur and when we will receive funding. So there's usually some adjustments to be made during the budget review process. But sale of assets will be a budget review process. Capital expenditure tracking 6% or 1.7 million below budget year to date. And as mentioned previously, there's a detailed capital work summary by group, providing councils with an opportunity just to look at different projects. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Councillor Shine, question?
No, thanks. Thanks, General Manager, for the report. Just in relation to the 190 million, you explained that that will be available for capital works expenditure anticipated, or part of it will be. I think normally we try to have about 80 million in reserve. I'm just wondering how that 190 compares with previous years, if you know the top of your head. Is it a lot higher, or what's the story?
Yeah, so 190 is certainly at the higher end. At the 30th of June, there was around 136 million at the 30th of June. Now that figure would have dropped significantly since that, so that was absolutely at a peak. So we need about, as you said, about 40 million per month if we look at our obligations to ensure that we remain cash flow positive. We do a full cash flow every morning and every afternoon, so twice a day, which is the high end of that type of moderation, and we invest overnight. So we invest at 30, 60, 90 days, but if we've got surplus funds sitting there at the end of the day, we'll invest them overnight. So it's the finance team do a good job in managing those cash flows and the peaks and troughs associated with with payments. We've moved over recent years to only one payment a week. That allows us to, be really, to manage our cash flows better, and that was, we used to run several a week, but we can also make sure we're paying accurately as well.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. Councillor Megan.
Mr. Mayor, Anne-Marie, thank you. You did make mention of the new tables that you've included, the ones on 35 and 36, and I just had that marked to say thank you because I just found that really, really useful. Thank you. And the explanation on the next table, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Megan. Councillor Bill.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Emery, yeah, I did have a question on page 35. Thanks. That's really helpful. Do we know yet, or do we know when as part of the asset management component there on the page, the asset renewal funding ratio, when that's coming online, has QTC or our made some determination about when we start?
That's based on our own internal robust asset management plans, and we are working towards that one. So I'll take that question on notice and provide a timeline.
Yeah, because I suspect it'll have some bearing on, the one below debt servicing and also the bar graph, the consumption of asset and the overall sustainability may change too when we have to consider what rate we have to replace stuff at.
That's correct, and we're required to have each of these ratios running. As you can see, we're making great progress. But at the 30th of June, Queensland Audit Office will be auditing each of those.
That's who I meant. Sorry, not QTC. So, is there an expectation or a benchmark that we are expected to look at around the asset renewal component from the Audit Office?
And for me personally, for the organisation, the higher that renewal component, the better for long-term sustainability. Before this framework was introduced, we had a 90%. It's been brought back to 60% for council. So it is 60% asset renewal. That's really low. That means there's a very high investment in new and new and upgrade, and that has long-term impacts on our sustainability.
Yeah, I agree. I look forward to that coming to us, that component, so we get a more wholesome picture about our position.
And I think that has to be part of budget development for next year and all our sustainability discussions in the coming months.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Councillor Edwina, then Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Just a quick question in relation to our labour operational costs. Just noting that they're quite high or above budget. Is there any particular reason for that? With our vacancies, or just page 28?
So with labour, it's still only a 2% variance. So what we have is a sustainability target applied to the labour budget. So when we develop the budget every year, we develop that budget based on the full approved establishment for the organisation. But we know that if every single position was filled, council would not be sustainable. At the moment we have 232 figures. So what we do at the end of every month, we transfer the unspent budget in each branch to offset the sustainability target. So that's a target that we implement when we're bringing down the budget every year. So this one here is just, it's a little bit tight. It's still only 2%, but I don't have any concerns around that figure at the moment, and I'm happy to take you through how we operate and manage that one on a monthly basis.
Great, thank you. Yeah, it was just with all the vacancies we've got.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. So similar vein, I guess, the labour costs are up 2%, but materials and services is down by 9%. You indicated before maybe a bit of a timing problem there. Is that just in relation to outstanding accounts, or?
No, the materials is as a result of DRFA work on the ground. So the actual delivery, it's absolutely a timing result, a timing impact. So there's no request for additional funding in that space. We know the work has commenced, and that will be moving. That work will be progressing. So
okay.
absolute
so
timing.
They'll come together at some
with
stage.
With the labour, it is a 2% variance, but we adjust that on. We're still confident to achieve that we will achieve the budget and that we won't overspend the annual budget.
Thank you. And so then the only other thing I think I had there is the capex. In the first quarter, it's 14% delivery. Is that in line with previous years, noting that fleet's got 23%, which is quite high considering it's so hard to get vehicles, but I just wondered, is that in comparison to previous years?
We're slightly behind where we were this time last year, so definitely some work to do, just to continuously monitor, measure, and look at those 300 projects that make up that single figure and make sure we're addressing any challenges in any of those areas.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions on a couple of projects that you've kindly listed in your report, and one's in water and waste and the other one's in ISG. Are you comfortable that I actually wait for those when we do our group reports, maybe? Ask them then?
Well, you could probably flag them now. Matt's the acting GM for water and waste, and
so Matt, there's one there on Board Books 31 for the Highfields Trunk Water Mains, $5 million. If we could identify which project that is, or you could tell us now, could you, what that project is? Is that?
That project is to continue and complete the trunk main from Mount Kynoch to the Borgart Road Reservoir. In Highfields.
Thank you. I was hoping that might be what it is. And then the other one was ISG, which was the Lower Order Road construction program. And oh, Mike is here. Sorry, Mike, I didn't realise you were here. So it says only 5% complete today. I'm just wondering about how that's progressing to ensure that we do complete that $2 million commitment for the financial year. Thanks.
maybe Mike's just walked in the room, so we might just give Mike an opportunity just to contemplate that, and we'll come back. So, Mike, the question is in regard to the Lower Order Road, the funding. So it's on page 44 of Board Books, Mike. We'll go to other questions, and then we might come back, if that's okay, Nancy, Councillor Nancy, with you. Okay. Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Thanks for this, Anne-Marie. I'll take us to that attachment 5, the current year sustainability statement as well, please. And I too thank you for the inclusion of that and the explanation. Obviously, the most notable one there is that asset sustainability ratio down in the red at less than 40%. And when I first read this, I actually thought, well, because we are putting that considerable amount of money in the Mount Kynoch water treatment plant project, actually that ratio should be looking really healthy for this report. And then, so first question is for clarity. It's because that project on Mount Kynoch, that's an upgrade, not a renewal, right? So then I guess the comment and my interpretation is that shows me how tight the budget is, because for us doing upgrade work to the Mount Kynoch water treatment plant means that renewals, all of the other asset renewals that we have across the region, across all different portfolios, are basically paused. And as soon as we do that, our ratio goes back down into the red. So it's a comment, I suppose, if my interpretation was incorrect, to get that from you.
Absolutely correct.
It does show how tight our budget is, and we don't have enough there to do major upgrades because it comes at the expense of renewals elsewhere.
You've read it beautifully, Councillor Rebecca. That's exactly what it is. And if we push forward to the annual report and you look at the sustainability ratios there over 10 years, that tells another story. And it's particularly around those large once-in-a-lifetime projects that's skewing that. But I'm very buoyed by the conversation of GM of Finance to note that right across council, the GMs have got a clear focus on the renewal component for the next budget, and that's something that councillors will be top of mind of as well. Now, Mike, sorry, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, just to sort of round that one out, while Matt's here, on the Mount Kynoch water treatment plant, in the group key priority projects report, attachment 3, page 31 of board books, we've got a life-to-date project percentage completion of 75%. My understanding, through you, Mayor, to Acting GM Matt, we're about 2 months off completion of that project. Is that fairly accurate, Matt?
That's correct. Construction works will be finished in the next 4 to 6 weeks, and then there'll be just performance proving to complete.
Fantastic, thank you.
Wonderful. So, Mike, has that given you enough time to gather your thoughts? Fantastic. Good on you. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. I heard the questions. I came in from Councillor Summerfield. I think it was in relation to progress on the Low Water Road upgrade program. That's the question there, as I understood. So that's, as you can see, it's kicked off in the last quarter. I actually was in on a concept discussion meeting back in probably mid-September, where we went through all the road projects that were with the team that are part of what we're looking at doing over the next few years, or what's proposed to be done over the next few years, subject to the continued funding. And things are progressing well. So there's some projects there, as we always said, that are probably fairly straightforward that we can get onto and progress in the next half of the year with the funding that we have currently. And should that, and then there's other projects that will go through a design element. We're also looking at a couple of projects which we might break into a couple of the stages, just because of the a few complexities, particularly around drainage. So might be able to get a little bit of road work done, but leave the drainage work or the major drainage work until the following year, subject to final designs and other considerations.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mike. I just wonder whether that one couldn't even be a regular update in the monthly reports, the group report, so that we're kept up to speed with how it's all progressing. I mean, we want to make sure that that money is spent each year to ensure that we progress that project that council has requested. It might be an idea if we...
Yeah, it obviously, as part of the operational plan and everything, we do have that quarterly review across, you know, probably a little bit more of a detailed look at capital and capital progress and operational progress quarterly, whether that's sufficient. Happy with that. That said, we've got a couple of projects in that top 5, like Nuku Road now that's reached practical completion, and a couple other things. But that's council's choice at the end of the day, how often they wish it to be included.
Thank you. So the only thing I'd suggest is the op plan doesn't actually go into detail about what projects are progressing. It just sort of gives you a percentage of how much of it's completed, really, from memory. And I think that if we got something in writing in the group report, even if it was quarterly, or bi-monthly in the group report, not every month, but I think it would help us to see that that is actually progressing. Thanks.
Just a line of sight, so perhaps between General Manager of Finance and yourself, Mike, we could work out what that would be. When this comes through, it could be quite easily, I would imagine, added to that. Nuku Road's a good one though, Mike, so it's close to practical completion or completion.
Well, yeah, it's reached practical completion, but I mean, you may wish to take that out of there and replace it.
Yeah, so we'll let, between the two of you, work that which way it goes. It might just go into your group report, Mike, rather than be in finance.
I'm happy if that's council direction.
I think that would be more appropriate. Councillors, any more questions? Councillor Bill?
Yeah, Chair, look, I'm not sure. I think it's something I'm thinking about. I'll soon find out whether it's relevant or not through you to Anne-Marie. On the attachment 5, the operating surplus or the operating performance and those two components, how many staff are we short? How many vacancies are we carrying? Because obviously this has an effect on the end result here, in my view. Is that a correct assumption?
Carrying 232 vacancies.
So in the explanation over the page, you know, we're able to meet our core operations, and that it does concern me that if we're carrying that many vacancies, we need to keep a watchful eye on how people are tracking themselves. Because if we're continuing to do a volume of work and we're carrying that many vacancies, that's not sustainable. My personal view, I just wonder if that component it would look different, perhaps, our operating on that bar graph, it would probably look different. Well, it would look different. I'm just mindful that we need to be carefully considering how we move forward, what we do, when we do, how we do, all those, what we consider core business, because I'm just concerned about that many vacancies and the ability for staff to sustain the levels of service we provide.
That's correct. It is a challenge.
So, I guess, Chair, the next, the question, and this is where we're having those discussions and strategic input into how we manage that moving forward, and that's an important component for us to be right across, I guess.
Definitely is, and working in towards the formation of the next budget, it's critically important. Councillor Rebecca, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just one last one, and it is on that unrestricted cash expenses that Councillor Shine mentioned earlier. And we are sitting at the sorry, what was the number?
190 million
190
at the 30th of September.
So
now, 3 weeks in, that figure would have reduced considerably. Okay. So when the rates due date, so we know the significant inflows that from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday rates due week, and keeps our teams on their toes. But then, so we have those 4 times a year when water rates and general rates are levied, on those due dates when we see significant cash inflows.
Yeah. I guess it's sort of a question for us in terms of strategies when we go to other levels of government seeking assistance with funding, and we have these large unrestricted cash expenses. Has there been consideration given to whether or not it could be advisable for us to draw those down in such a way so as to potentially strengthen our argument when we go to the state or federal government seeking assistance for co-contribution to larger projects?
I think there's we're probably there's different notions in regard to this, isn't there? We also got to remember that we've got a $203 million debt. So we've got 190 cash reserves, which will need to service not only the capital works but the debt as well. That's the argument that we've got. So we need to maintain and grow that. I think about this time last year we were about eight months of unrestricted cash at the same time. This will be, as of today, this will be significantly reduced, and it will keep reducing. You know, we're about 30 to 40 million every month that gets drawn. So whilst it looks good at this date and that time, it is only a point in time as well. So there's a whole lot of factors.
And part of our budget review process, we'll be adding in approximately $80 million in flood recovery works, operational works. So that's not part of our capital. There's about $3 million in capital. There's $80 million in operational works. And there will be some cash flow challenges. So, you know, applying for that grant funding when the work is done, being able to recognise it. And so it's with the operations that we've got ahead of us, significant projects, both operational and capital. One of our sustainability measures is having that cash flow, having a strong cash flow.
Thank you. Any other questions for Anne-Marie or anyone else for that matter? There's no other questions. We'll move then to the motion, which is that the monthly financial performance statement as at 30th September be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Councillors, we move then to item number 10, which is the CEO's report. I'll hand directly over to you, CEO Brian.
Good morning, councillors. The two standard reports are there, including the attachments for the organisational culture improvement initiatives, the action plan, and the employee relations reports included. There's also a request to include some detail on some of the initiatives that have been implemented or in process in relation to improving our recruitment timeframes. So there's a quick summary there. You may want some further detail behind some of those.
And Kylie is in the room as well. Kylie, I'd assume that you would talk to or can talk to those recruitment timeframes. If there's questions, we'll just... Councillors, are there any questions? There are questions. So thank you, Kylie. Sorry, yeah, up and back. Thank you for that. Councillor Melissa, a question on the same subject. Councillor Nancy, we'll go to you, and then Councillor Melissa.
Oh, thank you. I was actually hoping that we would get an explanation of improvements that are happening and how they're happening. And I'd also like to hear more about the outsourcing of exit interviews, how that's progressing. Thanks.
Good morning, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to talk through some of the information that's been provided in the CEO's report. Recruitment or vacancies, as we've just discussed through Anne-Marie's presentation, remain quite high. There are currently 171 requisitions in against those vacancies, which mean the PCE team are actively working on 171 of those vacancies. In terms of active improvements, it's a very busy team. So with that volume of work and other responsibilities, we do try and find time to improve process. So there's some things that we've listed there that we've done. They're actual mechanisms to try and reduce load on the PCE team and further support the organisation. One of the other areas that we've been looking at in terms of process improvement, we're doing a little bit of that, but what we do have is a, similar to what we have in CC, a project with ICT to look at a longer term systems enhancement project, which is around workflow and efficiency. So we've got a lot of manual processes in place that we need to look at, and so hopefully with ICT on board we'll be able to tackle some of those things. It's not a short-term gain though, so we look for efficiencies on a day-to-day basis in the things that we do. Within recruitment, from the initial drafting of an ad through to when we actually onboard someone or we come to an end of a recruitment process, there's a lot of different people involved in that process, and expectations around speed to form a panel, conflict of interest processes, going backwards and forwards with ads to get those right before we go out to market. All of those things take a lot of time. So we continue to support, educate, inform, provide advice to the rest of the organisation to be efficient across all of those processes as we can. But it still remains that there is a high volume of vacancies that we're trying to navigate within PCE.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Follow up.
If I could, Mr Mayor. So I recall we had a conversation about receiving data, as in how many positions are actively being advertised right now. I mean, you mentioned 171 requisitions, which is what the staff are working on, but how many are currently being advertised? And I recall the CEO saying that they received regular reports for ELT on this data, and that's what was going to come to us.
And maybe that could be a misinterpretation. So in the group report, we've put the number of requisitions. So if we need to have a look at that, we can.
Yes.
That might be.
So it'd be really handy and helpful to understand how many are actually live advertisements as we speak. So versus ones that we're just working on to prepare to advertise. How many actually are live advertising right now? Yeah. Thank you.
If it would be of help, for the month of September, we had 40 positions advertised.
Thank you. That's very helpful, because it's a big difference to 171. And going back to what Councillor Bill was saying earlier, and this might be more for yourself, Brian, is that maybe that's a discussion that we could possibly have around what our real figure is for vacancies based on changes that we're making, and I mean, obviously it's very sensitive and we don't go into detail here, but I just wonder whether that's a conversation we could be having down the track.
Happy to talk to that now. We've got, as you said, 230 vacancies at the moment. 171 are in process, which means the requisitions have gone in from the start, from the managers or the group managers in that area. So they're in process. So they'll be either advertised, starting the very process, working their way through the process. So the advertisements, the external advertisements or internal advertisements, is just one part of that process. So, you know, from that point, there's that many advertised, but there's also 170 in process that are happening through the organisation at this moment in time. It's the availability of people to fill those positions that's the main issue, not the timing, the time that it is to get them. It's a very, as I think we're all aware, it's a very, very competitive market at the moment. We are recruiting in a public service environment as opposed to private enterprise that has very, very nimble and very quick processes, and you know, they don't have to go through or risk the appeals processes that we have to go through, the grievance processes that we have to go through, the fairness and the policies and that we need are bound to follow, which, you know, they can be very quickly offering jobs by word of mouth, by, you know, here's a job, start tomorrow type of thing, where we're a lot more difficult process that we have to go through. But having said that, there's still opportunities for us to improve our process per se, and they've been doing a lot of work on that in the background for that to happen.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. So I suppose I'm just thinking about, and it was mentioned earlier too, about the pressure on our staff, and the sooner, you know, understanding fully about how tight the employment market is, the sooner we can fill those vacancies, the sooner that pressure's taken off our other staff.
I think it's fair to say that we've never got under 130, I think it is, for many, many years vacancies, just the churn of the organisation and replacing them. So we'll never get to the stage where it'll be full. Fair comment about a lot of staff having to work under a lot of pressure as well. And back to the financial report that you just considered previously, some of that is now reflected, because we haven't got the staff to fill some of those positions, our materials and services budgets are up because we're getting consultancies and external contractors to come in and assist our staff to do that, to maintain the service levels that we actually can do. But yeah, if you had full staff all the way through, it would be cheaper as well to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
You know.
Yeah. So I had written that down, that I think our consultancy fees had jumped 25%, and it's down by $0.5 million, I think I wrote down. So you're right insofar as, you know, it is more expensive, that consultancy path, rather than actually employing people. But it's certainly a conversation to have around what our total number really is, you know, realistically at some stage or another. I'm not suggesting we'd be doing it now, but I think it's conversation, you know, are we really, what do I write down? Do we really have 232 genuine vacancies, or is that just the number that we've been using for a long period of time and we need to maybe review that? I don't know what process you follow in relation to identifying your numbers, but yeah, I think it's a good conversation. Thanks, Brian.
It's a very good conversation. It hits the core of size, shape and sustainability of the organisation as well. So that's next phase of our development as we move into the budget. Councillor, is that all for you, Councillor Nancy?
No, there was the exit interview process being outsourced. How far along down the track is that, please?
The external company that we've had look at our process has finalised the review process. We are just working on the final stages of how we will collect that data back at council and how we will report on that data. But we're hoping to launch organisationally with a comms plan on 1st of November.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. My questions have been answered. Thanks, Kylie and Brian, but I will just make two notes. I'm really pleased to take on or hear the comments that you made about onboarding and systemising that, because the better that onboarding experience is, the more significant increase in retention occurs. Because if you've got a really good experience coming on board, or your onboarding experience, the better that is for retention going forward. So that's really important. And also for exit interviews. So I'm really pleased to see that that's being outsourced, because that's a really important part of that retention as well. Because if we've got, and that's for medium to long term stability of the organisation, because if we're getting feedback as to why staff are leaving, then that obviously helps with the stability of the organisation. So I'm really pleased to see, because if we are under the pump with staff in that area, then exit interviews are, you know, are left behind, and oh, I don't have time for that today. So, you know, I think that's really important that it's being outsourced, because then we get consistency and stability there. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Kylie, just a quick question. S3 on 48, and then just going through to the notes. Could you just give an update on where that's at, as far as, you know, we're looking at retention of our people, but when we go to page 53, this juncture, the Executive Manager, People, Culture, Engagement has had a cursory perusal and is of the opinion that the performance management process in its current form is not fit for purpose, and a different system will need to be explored and implemented. Do you know where we're at with that?
So those notes have been there for some time. I guess in my time, having a look at the priorities of the branch, APA process or performance management process is still very important. The process that we've got, I couldn't say technically is broken. It's just probably not where we would like it to be. So we have reviewed the process. We are developing some tools. We've done a lot of work on training managers, supervisors, or providing refresher training, and to all staff around one-on-one authentic conversations. So we are trying to build in some tools to support that as part of the APA process. So that's part of the review. The other thing we'll do is have a look at the current templates and forms that we've got in place. But long term, it forms part of that piece that I mentioned before. We would like a system workflow that supports the APA process, and that's a little bit further down the track. So we do have some work in that space. It's probably not fully realised, and may not be fully realised until that system solution is in place.
And just a second question on M3, so page 55. I'll just go to, here we go. That's S3. So the 360-degree feedback process for supervisors and managers. I just see here it says the recommendation should be taken under advisement. It's considered inappropriate this time to implement such a process. The organisation has a lot of work to do in the cultural change space, which includes management and leadership development. The implementation cycle of management and leadership development is likely to occur over 3 years. The first reiteration should come after an assessment of organisational maturity. I would have thought that we are quite mature as an organisation already.
Again, that one's been like that since I've been in PCE, so I probably don't have so much awareness of why the previous manager took that view, other than to say that the organisation embarked on a 3-year leadership capability training program for managers and supervisors, which sets the expectations and sort of aims to set a certain skill level. So reading that suggests that once we've done that series of training, that would be an appropriate time to start to undertake 360s.
Because it's saying it's on hold, but I would have thought, yeah.
Because the training program is still, I think we're in our first year of the leadership and training program for managers and supervisors.
Because I've done 360s before. I wouldn't have thought it would take that long to implement, but I guess it's, yeah. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Megan and then Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I asked this question last month, and if I did, I can't remember what the answer was. The manager of PCE, where are we up to with that?
The recruitment process closed Friday last week. Okay. So it will move through to shortlisting, interview and outcome over the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you, Kylie. And I was going to ask it later on in the group reports, but Brian mentioned something about the with requisition. Can you just explain that to me? It's got an item in the finance and business strategy about with each group there's a column no requisition and with requisition. What does that mean?
No requisition means that there's a position that exists in our structure, but they're not actively recruiting it. So at that moment, there's a whole process they go through before we actually start that active recruitment process to see is it the right position. Do you need? We actually review all positions when they're vacant to see are they necessary, should they be restructured, where does it happen, or are they delayed for any other reason? So that process happens first up. So there's no requisition at that point. When they decide yes we do want to fill that position, they fill out the employment requisition, which kicks in the active recruitment process from that point in time.
That's it, Councillor Megan. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Kylie, thanks. Good morning. Still morning. Page 59, I'm on the action plan. Just wondering, as a minor thing I just picked up, almost half of the November and December stats are combined, the boxes there. Is there any reason for that, or is it just a highlighting, a formatting issue? It does not change the outcome at all, but I was just wondering if there was a reason. No one around in December to do it, I don't know.
I'd probably take that on notice because I hadn't noticed myself, so that's
Minor
poor
issue,
form.
but
I'll take it back and
good on you, thanks.
come back to you.
My questions were around, well, there isn't a single mark on this for bullying, which is commendable for an organisation like ours, more than commendable. I wanted to pick up on below it misconduct, and I suppose I know very well what misconduct in this room looks like, but misconduct for an employee, if you could sort of highlight what that looks like. But are our numbers, so we go from anywhere from like 3 to 7 a month, is there any talk on our numbers of misconduct compared to other councils or industry standard?
We don't check those as comparators. We obviously use those as in comparing those with other councils per se. So in there, you'll see some of those are open cases and some of those are closed cases. That's those different columns that are in there. I'm not aware, like when you consider the size of our staff and the amount of misconduct allegations that start and then go through to whether they're proven or not, I don't think we have any issue being out of step with industry or general standards, to be honest, in relation to that. We obviously take all those things very seriously. There's a process that we have to follow to be sure that we're fair to everybody involved, and it can take some time to resolve those, but we go through a process to make sure that procedural fairness is provided to all parties involved with it.
Just to follow up if I can, so going back to the Organisational Initiatives Action Plan, and P2, which was completed back in May 2022, was the independent whistleblower hotline that you very well implemented, and it's up and running. And then if I go back to the employee relations report, down at the bottom we have the Eudoxia. Is that the independent whistleblower that we set up?
No, it's the one below that.
Right.
So that's the one that says case. That's the hotline there. Eudoxia is our employee assistance program. Now, the employee assistance program provides assistance to our staff in relation to issues that they may have at work or personal lives as well. So, they're a 24-hour available program for people to access. Whereas the one below is the independent hotline where people can contact, and you can see there's very, very little use from people accessing that.
Hence my question. So we've set that up, it was very much a need, and then we find ourselves in late 2023 with, well, no bullying open cases at the top. We've had Eudoxia for 3 months, we've had 3 phone calls to it, so that's 1 a month. And then the case system, very few. Now, of course, I think our staff need to have access to that. I'm not at all saying they shouldn't, but are we going to review this, how often it's used versus how much it's costing versus the benefits we get, those kind of questions?
Yeah, certainly the Eudoxia, the employee assistance program, an organisation this size certainly needs that, and that can be cyclical. It can be, sometimes there's more periods of heavier use, and it's, I think, something that's very valuable for helping people to perform at work and to cope with any stresses they may have at home, personal lives, or at work. The other one, the case one, was implemented. There was a council decision on that, but it is good to see how often that is being used. Keep an eye on that and do review, as you would any services that you provide. Is it actually giving value for money, which is something we'll just have to look at. And obviously, as council wanted to implement that, we'll talk to you before we do anything in relation to that, but obviously give you an opportunity to understand the costs of that and the service that it provides and the access that people have to it.
Thanks, Brian. I'll say again, I think these services to our employees are very valuable, but certainly wanting to pick up on the amount of use it's having that's reported to us and what we can do around that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy and Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's an interesting conversation. We have surveys that reflect that we do have a bullying culture in our organisation, and we're having a lack of use, and somewhere in the middle is the reason why. And it could be that we need to be promoting it more, and it could be that people are still not feeling safe to report things. So there are a number of reasons why that could be. I'm glad you support the idea of it remaining in play, Councillor Tim, but I think we can't just look at the surface figures and make assumptions. I think we need to dive deeper to understand that for the future. Thanks.
No, just take that as a comment as well as Councillor Tim's. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Through you to the CEO. Brian, this conversation has made me think about the changes to the Sex Discrimination Act, which happened a couple of months ago, and the positive duty on employers to take action, and they can't be reactive anymore. They've got to eliminate instances of unlawful conduct in the workplace ideally before instances of sexual discrimination happen. How has that impacted council, or what's changed for Toowoomba Regional Council since that legislative change?
I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of anything internally that has changed that I can answer that question. The statistics we have there in relation to that are demonstrating we do have an issue, and obviously the whole thing is about preventative and having policies in place to make sure that you can, where possible, avoid those kind of things. Again, with large staff, the more staff you have, the more chances are you'll have of one incident arising, but one incident is too much in relation to those. In relation to the bullying and harassment culture, as you're all aware, our results have improved. I think we've got to be very careful saying that we have a bullying and harassment culture, which I don't think is our culture. We have instances of that, and we deal with that very strongly. But you know, when you look at some organisations, particularly one to the north in the health industry, their bullying statistics on a similar survey that we had was 300% worse than ours. So it's relative. One incidence is too much. We've got multiple avenues to try to address or give people opportunities to access and feel safe to access services to help that happen. And as you're aware, it's been a point of concentration in this organisation for a long period of time. Our statistics have been improving, and hopefully they'll continue to improve till you get one day when the magic number of 0. That's where we want to go.
Thanks for that, Brian. Yeah, my question was specifically about the Sex Discrimination Act and those changes to the positive duty. So I appreciate if you could take that on notice and come back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, any other questions in regard to the CEO's report? Kylie, thank you very much for being part of that and providing information. If there are no other questions, the motion is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Someone move that? Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Carl. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move to item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report, and it's there for your reading. And I'm happy to take any questions there too. Councillor Tim. Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just finding it. The local government association, Juvenile Crime in Queensland initiative, I welcome it, and I know it says very clearly that this is a state government problem, but we want to get all the governments, our councils together, and you know, be a collective voice, as we should. I liked your comment towards the back, which says that additional support and greater collaboration is welcome to tackle the root cause of the issues with young people. So we're talking root cause, and I say again, I liked it. I commend your statement in it. I do kind of feel that almost all of the initiatives are not root cause, but they're the other end. They're the band-aid, kind of how we fix it. And perhaps looking at the bigger, harder prevention issues and the root cause is what I feel is neglected on the whole of this. And I don't want to get into nitpicking of this might and this might not. So I perhaps to say commend your statement, looking at the root cause, but feel that overall this doesn't necessarily work with the root cause of juvenile crime, strengthening families, working with, you know, getting them while they're still young and working with the family structure those ways. But did you have any comments on your comments in this?
Oh, look, I think this is, and I mentioned it in the press conference afterwards with the mayor and with the mayor of Townsville, the Mayor of Redlands, the Mayor of, where was the other Mayor from, Carol? Obviously Mark Jemison, but the Mayor from Mount Isa. It might have been Mount Isa, actually. I think. Isaac, yeah. Anyway, so it was a collective group of mayors and all at varying degrees of heightened level of, uneasiness in their community. Our approach here has been to work closely with QPS, with Youth Justice, with victims of crime and with other groups, and it served us well over the last 6 to 8 months. The figures indicate that. So we were able to share some of those stories. The area that you're leaning into, Councillor McMahon, is one of the levers and points that we need to leverage, and we're certainly starting to push into that space with Project Boya, which is to start in January next year, which will be one of those looking at the root cause, allowing disengaged youth to get into schooling and other areas as well as helping them at the home life. So our approach has been to work collectively, and it seems to be working pretty well to this point. Not to say that can't do more, and that's where the request from us was definitely for. But certainly listening to other regions and statistics in there, the efforts from everyone, including community groups here, is to be applauded to this point, I have to say.
Given there's a lot of people doing really good stuff. I feel like we had the crime forum when the community was at tipping point, and there have been some steps put in place there, but I think just in the last couple of weeks we've seen the numbers start to rise here again, back in Toowoomba region, and I think we need a continued emphasis on this, not a one-off blitz. But yeah, thank you for your comments, and otherwise welcome the report.
Thanks. Councillor Melissa, then Councillor Carey, then Councillor Edwina, and Councillor James. Plenty of activity for this report this month. And Councillor Nancy. Righto. Thank you, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report. May I just add something? May I add a meeting that you had with TMR and Councillor Carroll and myself on a Teams meeting in your office on the 9th of October. And I just want to add that one so we can highlight to the community one particular point that was discussed was the advocacy for public transport. We receive a lot of comment from the community about the need for public transport in Toowoomba and in our region. And I just want to assure the community that it is something that we do consistently advocate for very strongly for our community. And it was a very passionate discussion that we had, and TMR actually noted that they couldn't believe how passionate the councillors were on that particular point for our community. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Melissa. Certainly was. It was an eye opener for them actually, which surprised me to be fair. Councillor Kerry.
Just briefly, Mayor, might I commend you for your comments in relation to youth crime, but also as importantly, your leadership of the Safer Toowoomba group at the Wilston Heights Community Centre over a long period of time. You and I, the last meeting, there was a very good presentation by police about what's being done by them over and above normal policing activities, addressing what Councillor Tim was talking about, addressing the causes of crime, and there's a lot of resources being put into that. It's costly, but a lot less costly than imprisoning people for lengthy periods of time, in my view at least. And Councillor Nancy, yourself and I had the pleasure of listening to very talented young people at the Toowoomba Grammar School on Saturday morning, and one of the issues, along with housing and water, was youth crime, and it was interesting to hear from young people, that age group, for me anyway, their ideas are also very supportive of what Councillor Tim was saying in terms of the need to address the causes of crime.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really happy to see that we are working on advocacy for building a world-class Toowoomba Equestrian Centre here. And I was just wondering, following on from your advocacy there, do you think there are any opportunities for us with the Olympics coming up with equestrian?
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. It's interesting that the impediment for the Toowoomba Showgrounds is historical. It's a deed of grant in trust, which limits the use of that site outside of commercial use that's ancillary to what's happening. So the Minister was quite receptive, as was his staff, in regard to a first stage approach, which was to allow some commercial use that is aligned with the use of an equestrian facility, talking about saddlery, maybe farrier, those sorts of activities. At the moment, that can't occur, which obviously then impedes a financial model that would be sustainable over time. Ultimately, the Showgrounds had this idea well before Olympics 32 was even spoken of. So it's been in place for some time. There's clearly in the Olympics 32 framework and planning, equestrian is slated for Brisbane. However, this location has been seen by those that are assessing those areas as a great alternative if that was required, or could hold pre-games, perhaps a series leading into. And of course, the biggest advantage that we have here that Brisbane doesn't have is the ability to have animals through a quarantine station if that were to happen at Wellcamp. So there's a lot of upside for it, but it was never planned for the Olympics 32. It's always been planned to actually help, I know this sounds a bit tongue-in-cheek, but actually help government by removing the pressures of local government supporting that venue. It is owned, the site is a state government owned facility, and therefore for it to be successful and not land back on the lap of state government, it needs to be financially viable. And that was part of the business case, which council funded to over $100,000, might have been $120,000. Council funded the business case to go to government, which was received, and this is that next stage, which is a relaxation of the deed of grant in trust. Pretty long answer.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to add in, we're just speaking before about the Youth Crime Forum, so it's probably more a comment. I think it's really important that we continue through yourself, who just have this advocacy in this space for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, as we've talked about, it's a collaborative approach across a lot of different organisations and areas right across the state, and we're no different here locally, but also with sort of the points that Councillor McMahon raised, by having the spotlight on it at the moment and the amount of attention that is on it, it also helps us to understand exactly what services are out there and what actual gaps do exist as well that we sort of need to be able to target. And that's something, as we know, previously across all different youth services or these sort of things that we've had across this region, we have so many that do amazing work. It's actually understanding how many services are out there, all of what they do and what gaps there are there, because absolutely there are parts here where there are gaps, and I think by a lot of these different conversations being involved in these spaces will help us understand as a community what gaps are there and how we can try and look at holistically being a part of the solution.
Very good comment, Councillor James. Councillor Nancy. All clear. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to mention, following on from Councillor Melissa's comment about our passion and advocacy for better public transport in our area, that there was a presentation up at the Roads Forum at the LGAQ conference in Gladstone, and I tried to find it, but the name has escaped me. There was a planner who won with her project for one of the Indigenous councils up there, and she mentioned our new bus, for the life of me I can't remember, was a Cango, but mentioned it as if it was going all over Toowoomba. So I actually stood up and corrected it, and she had a talk with her afterwards. So the idea of that is really great. The fact that it's taken back where you can't hail it or anything is probably a backward step, but the fact that it's an on-demand bus is really good, and probably should be something that Transport is looking at, Queensland Transport is looking at for the future. So it was mentioned up there as if it was going all over Toowoomba, so, which would be fabulous, but everyone thought it was magic. Her presentation was on mobility and all sorts of things, and the Aboriginal Council was one long strip. So I think that a lot of the smaller areas away from Townsville, Rockhampton and Queens and Brisbane really do wish for better public transport, and I think the Queensland Government needs to listen a lot more closely. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. We'll take that one as a comment as well. So, councillors, the report is there before you. Can I have someone then move that the Mayor's monthly report be received? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Those against? Those in favour? Goodness, that's unanimous. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillors, item number 12 is the annual report. I'm conscious of where we are at the time, and we have a special meeting this afternoon at 2. Are you happy to push on with the annual report? If we're happy to move on with that, we'll move forward then with the annual report. And obviously it has been circulated, and it is obviously in the board meetings as well. The recommendation is there before you. I will make a couple of comments, if you don't mind, at the start. It's interesting that this report is actually during a period of the former mayor, yet I'm the one reporting it. So there's a bit of interest in that. But I just wanted to make a couple of comments, probably from finance and business perspective, and some highlights that I think councillors, we sometimes get bogged down with, there's some maybe areas of improvement and things which you always need to look at, and some negatives, but there's some things I wanted to highlight that are really positive for our organisation, and things that should give confidence to our community that their elected representatives have got their best interests at heart. But firstly, I wanted to acknowledge everyone, all councillors, for their input into the last financial year, and I know we're now October, so it seems like a year ago, which it was. But it wasn't that long ago at all. But I wanted to particularly thank Councillor Shine for your wisdom-filled counsel. Councillor Shine, thank you, as the Portfolio Lead for Finance. Council's executive leadership team, and particularly General Manager Anne-Marie, for your patience with your portfolio chairs and portfolio lead. And also staff right across the operational areas of councils for their efforts. And the reason I say that is there's 5 key areas that I just wanted to touch briefly on. The first one is that council still maintains through Queensland Treasury Corporation our sound credit rating with a neutral outlook. Second of which is that council has closed out the financial year with less than a 1% variance on our revised capital expenditure budget. Capital expenditure budget for 22-23 was in and around 173 million, and the final spend came in at 171. And given the current economic environment and obviously the ways prices have fluctuated so much over the past couple of years, this is an excellent result for our staff, and we appreciate that. The third area is the council's local spend, and we've been on a bit of a journey of this. Back in 2012, there was a 24% spend locally, just over 50 million. Last financial year was 56%, just shy of our 60%, but it equated to $163 million spent locally. So I think there's no greater way to support our community than to spend locally wherever we can and set that example. The fourth area, of course, is one of those sustainability ratios, which is around an operating surplus in the order of $4.3 million. And just to highlight the volatility of where that was, councillors will recall that, in fact, when we adopted our budget for 22-23, we adopted a forecast deficit of $5.8 million. We're now recording in the annual report a surplus of $4.3 million. Largely that's because of the financial assistance grants that came in on the 30th of June. Just to show the volatility of why we're reliant so heavily on other levels of government. But to have a surplus nevertheless, and that held us in good stead for this year of $4.3 million. The fifth area is to comment on, and we've spoken about it today, is asset sustainability ratio, 55.77%, which sits just outside the new targets of 60%. because to reach 90% under our current work regime and capital expenditure would have been near on impossible. The framework identifies 60%, and the focus on renewals for the next budget will certainly be one that councils will be very focused on. But the big projects we've got are ones that will put pressure on our financial position, and that's highlighted through our financial sustainability ratios, also included in the annual report. Much of which we talk about the Crestbrook Dam safety upgrade once in a lifetime, not just a generation of 30 years, but once in a lifetime project really, and the impact that has on our financial sustainability, together with, you know, close to, if not over 200 to $250 million worth of flood recovery works. These are big projects and have effect on us. And finally, I just wanted to mention our asset base, which continues to grow and is now $6.4 billion, a $6.4 billion organisation, and with that comes depreciation, upkeep and maintaining what we have. So they're all pressures that we have as we head into this year, and we're already 3 months in. That said, we are able to and continue to deliver the services that the community expect. The challenges for us to continue to do that are no greater than what they are now, and that's where our budget deliberations for 24-25 will have a clear focus on doing that, and our strategy session will also do that. So in closing, I commend the annual report to you and acknowledge the leadership, I said from the outset, from former Mayor Paul Antonio, who was in office during this time of the annual report, having retired on July 21, 2023. So happy to go to questions. Councillor Nancy, then Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for those words. I think they were a good summary. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Rebecca. She and I have endured quite a challenging last year, to be honest, and I appreciate the teamwork that we have managed to support each other, and I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the staff who have supported us, and they know who they are, and thank you very much. But I've got a couple of questions. On page 20, there is a employee overseas travel, and on there is Mark Mason for his North America and Canada trip. I would have thought that would have been, isn't he employed by TSB, and wouldn't that be a TSB expense?
So that was, correct me if I'm wrong, but that was at a time when he was on secondment from council to TSB, not employed by TSB, so that's only changed within the last couple of months. The arrangement of paying has changed. So he was actually employed by council and was seconded into TSB to carry out that role for a period of time until that was worked out what would happen.
I thought he went over, I remember that that's the case, the secondment, but I thought he went over there a long time ago as a permanent employee, and that trip to North America and Canada was quite recent. Could we check that, please? Would that be possible? Doesn't have to be checked immediately, but if it could be checked and come back to us and so that we know.
We can certainly do that and put through an email just for the time.
That's all I need. Thank you.
Fine.
So then the other thing was, and confession here, I did not read every single page. There are a lot. But I did wonder, do we have to report on outstanding issues that we have in relation to our external audit committee? Do we have to report on things that we haven't achieved as a, because I know there's mention in there of the internal audit, but do we actually have to do reporting in here on the external audit as well?
I'm happy for Anne-Marie to say that. This statutorily, all we need from the Queensland Audit Office is their report, the Independent Auditors Report, which is featured on page 97 through. So the outstanding, that's all we need. Yeah.
Thank you. Happy. Thanks.
It's okay. Someone else had a question. Councillor Shine.
Not a question, but I was going to move. But
okay.
But before doing so, could I? Well, thank you for your kind remarks. Might I congratulate you on your leadership in both in the finance and business portfolio, but also your short but impressive reign as mayor since in the last couple of months, and also acknowledge the contribution, reinforce the contribution that your predecessor has done over many years. Could I also thank Daniel for the actual report that we've got today, and of course the CEO on behalf of all employees of the council for a pretty good report, a pretty good result, and under difficult times with COVID just over, hopefully completely, but challenging times financially with the dam and other issues, and it's causes a great deal of our teams. That my observation of them in all areas are dedicated people, and they really take to heart the interests of the people of the Toowoomba region and put their heart and soul into it, and that's something that I know all councillors here appreciate, and but I think it's worthwhile on this occasion to acknowledge through you, CEO, our gratitude to the people, not just to you, but the people who work with you as well.
Thank you, Councillor Sean. I'll make a note of you moving. I've just got another question or comment from Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. It's a question, if I might, through you potentially to Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, when I was, or Mayor, when I was reading this report, from about page 41 on, I was trying to see reference to the underlying deficit, and I can't see it, but perhaps it's in there. Could we just have a conversation about the underlying deficit and where that can be found? And I think that's an important conversation as well.
Good afternoon. So the underlying deficit relates to the budget. So when we look at, excuse me, when we look at, and there's four main components of operating income are rates, fees and charges, interest and grant funding. Our four components of operating expenditure: labour, materials and services, interest expense, and our depreciation. So if we look at the requirements from our operational areas based on our current services, the services that we're delivering as an organisation, and the our approved establishment, so we talk about those 232 vacancies, but if we had filled those, every single position within the approved establishment, and fully resourced every service within the organisation, we would not, we would be adopting a budget with a significant deficit. So that's the underlying deficit. So my role as the CFO for the organisation, working very closely with the CEO in this regard, is to ensure that the budget that we bring councillors and we recommend is approved is a sustainable budget. So we know what the income is going to be, and we look at those variances. That's why it's really important, that monthly performance statement. I know it's the same statement every month, but it's really, that's a really important body of reporting to bring councillors on a monthly basis, and to explain those variances, to make sure that we don't have variances in rates. Most of our income is from our ratepayers. It's around 80% of our operational income. We never really want to see that variance. That's why we manage our arrears so well. But if we look at our, the main component in operational expenditure is in the labour space. And we probably, it's really important to be looking at those levels of service and looking at our approved establishment and making sure that the vacancies are not where we need to deliver critical services. So we look in our water area, we can't compromise that delivery in our water business. We've seen the results of that in Highfields last weekend. So the underlying deficit relates to our budget, not our actuals. So we brought a sustainable budget to councillors, but if we had brought a full budget for every single general manager's operational area requests, the gap was 42 million last year. Does that explain it?
Yes, it does. Thanks, Anne-Marie. And I guess the question then is, at 42 million for this last year, and you referenced the need to bring and present a sustainable budget. At what point does that underlying deficit and the need to maintain that sustainable budget become unsustainable, and then we need to have conversations about those levels of service, for instance?
So we made a council decision in 2019 to review the levels of service and the size and shape of the organisation. So we have been doing the work since that time on the services that we are delivering to the community, the cost of those services, and what we actually should be delivering.
One last one, if I might, Mayor. Thanks again. So since 2019, that council decision to review the levels of service, have we seen that underlying deficit increase, decrease or stabilise?
Significantly increase over the 5-year period.
I guess to summarise, this is the annual report rather than the budget. And the budget process is what we're heading through now. This is the actual data, but it tells, and when we get to the budget and the working through that, that's where that conversation around what is our full establishment of the organisation, what is it that we can afford, and what is it the community can afford, and what is it we can do that we shouldn't be doing, or what is it we shouldn't be doing that we can do. Yeah. Councillors, any other questions in regard to that? If not, Councillor Shine, you're happy to move the motion there, which is in 2 parts. The first of which is to adopt the report, and the second of which is to make some printed copies available, and then have it obviously on a digital copy and what have you as well. So there's the first 2 parts of the motion. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Councillors, I propose that we do adjourn and return, if you don't mind, at in your hands, but I think 12:50 would be a good time. 38 minutes. Councillor Nancy.
Mayor, could I just ask a question in relation to why the other meeting has been placed when we have an ordinary meeting? Why it couldn't have been dealt with tomorrow instead of today? This other meeting that we're dealing with today, which is going to interrupt our ordinary meeting. We'll have to actually stop our ordinary meeting to do that meeting and then go back into our ordinary meeting, I'm gathering from, and I'm just wondering what process has been followed to have this other meeting on top of this one.
I'm more than happy to have that conversation outside of this particular forum, if there is a reason for that, but as far as you can comment on that, Brian? As far as I'm concerned, that's what came into the diary. That's what we'll work towards. If it's 2 o'clock and we're not finished our meeting here, we'll adjourn. We'll deal with that meeting because it's advertised, and then if need be, we'll come back to the other meeting. If that means we finish today or it gets adjourned to tomorrow, we can deal with that at that time. But as far as a meeting this afternoon, that's scheduled and it's been advertised and it's in the diary, so we'll deal with it as best we can this afternoon. Move to adjourn till 12:50. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Well, good afternoon, councillors. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Noting, and for those watching online, that we do have a special meeting of council beginning at 2 p.m, and therefore the proposal is that if we need to, we'll adjourn this meeting at around about 10 to 2 o'clock and reconvene this meeting if need be. Our next item, councillors, is item number 13, which is the adoption of the draft 2024 to 2029 corporate plan. I'd like to hand over to David Quinlan, and he's got Troy with him as well, just to go through the corporate plan where we're at, and then we'll go to questions. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm sure council is very aware of the process that we're undertaking to develop a new corporate plan. We commenced last calendar year. We've had some 6 workshops with councillors, 4 prior to the community consultation period and 2 after that time. Consultation was between the 1st of August and the 1st of September. There was quite a strong response in terms of the numbers of interactions, over 1,800 online, 260 odd emails, and I think it shows that our consultation process was quite successful in that it generated broad interest. We also had some airing on Channel 7 as well, which showed that we got that effect across the community. It is a topic that, while people like Troy and myself find it very, very engaging, the majority, obviously, of the good people of Toowoomba region would probably find the topic a little dry. So the response we've got is, I think, shows that our process was quite good in getting a response. We have a document now. It isn't in the stats, but we have also had a lot of informal feedback that it's quite an attractive looking document. We have confirmed, Councillor Shine has asked the question previously, all the images are our images and from the region, which is important. And I think full points to our internal design people who put the material together. With that, we'll pass over to questions. Unfortunately, I was not at the last meeting, and I understand there might have been a couple of words that were still undecided at one point, and I might pass to Troy to discuss that.
Thanks, David. Welcome, Troy.
Afternoon, councillors. From the info sessions on the 20th and the 27th of September, there were quite a few discussions in relation to the community feedback. A lot of the discussions were resolved during those sessions, but there was one topic being the inclusion of the word smart city, which were chosen to be debated today, or a resolution made today whether they were to be included. That smart city, a lot of the feedback from the community was in relation to the 15-minute concept around town planning, which was not the intention of that key priority. It was more about the asset utilisation and deliverability of our region. There were over 200 submissions in relation to that smart city concept. So under the goal place, key priority 2.5, we have included smart city in there, but it has been worded in a way where we can remove that by resolution today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Troy. Thank you very much. Thank you, David. Councillor, is there any questions in regard to the corporate plan as it sits? Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. And Troy, thank you for that around the smart city stuff. I think that the wording change has made a difference to that. I'm quite comfortable with the way that reads now, because it's not about that 15-minute city stuff. So, and I think that's quite clear now in the way that that's been worded. That's me personally. Others might have a different view. But if we could just go to page 7 in the report, which is the message from the Mayor and the CEO, just in relation to the wording, and apologies I haven't got this back to you. We have been under the pump with so much reading with these meetings that we've got. So it says, in addition, in the paragraph, what is it? First column, third paragraph up where it starts with in addition, it says, rest of South East Queensland and other major national cities, and enable our region to be in a better position to capitalise on the opportunities that come with hosting the 2032 Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics. We're actually not hosting it, so that come with Brisbane, with hosting the 2032. Oh, I suppose it has got Brisbane in there, but when I read it, I thought, we're not hosting it, but it sort of reads like that. On the opportunities that come with Brisbane hosting the 2032 Olympics is probably how it should read, perhaps, would be a suggestion.
What about if you just troubleshoot here just quickly with the hosting of the, rather than with hosting. So we're not hosting.
Yes,
with
true.
The hosting.
The hosting of the 2030, that would work as well. Either way.
Add the in there.
So long as it
Okay.
doesn't
David.
read like we're hosting.
Sorry, I
it.
interrupted there, but it was just quick. It was in my mind, and I thought, here's an opportunity.
Mr Mayor, you are chairing the meeting, you are not interrupting. I'd just like to point out, we could simply just remove the word hosting. So we just say,
Yes.
they come with the. and
Any
just
of
take out
those
the
three
word hosting.
alternatives will work. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll work out which one's best.
Administratively, it's easier just to remove a word than add others in. We're happy
Okay,
with
so
that. Thank
Wendy,
you.
can you just make a note of that? That would be, if we get to the point, with the amendment of removing that word, hosting. Thank you, David. I should have gone to you first. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to the corporate plan? Councillor Nancy?
Yeah, sorry, I've got a few. So on Board Books 208 or page 19, it doesn't actually have to sit with that, but somewhere in there, I don't think we've got anywhere in here about listening. We're doing a lot of doing, which is what we're supposed to do. But I do think it's important that we actually listen to our communities as well. Sorry, I know I'm causing a disruption in bringing this up, but it's just something I thought of while I was reading it.
Just confirming the page again, if you don't mind.
Oh, well, it can be on page 19 or in detail under any of those goals.
Through you, Chair, I would point to, and there was some discussion about this, as if my memory serves me correctly, if we look at 4.6, we included continuous improvement of business processes and systems, including community consultation. And I think the discussion around that was that by improving that community consultation and improved service delivery, which is also about a community and customer focused service delivery. We probably have touched on those issues, but I take your point. To my recollection, I can't see the word listening in there without reading through, but we have talked about community consultation in a fairly strong way, I think.
Councillor Carroll, were you talking to me then, or?
Councillor Summerfield, I was just saying that I believe, I didn't mean to say it out loudly, but I believe it is captured.
So is there a thought that we need to add anything further in that particular 4.6, or community consultation covers it?
I guess community consultation is engaging with them, so probably we could leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So then on Board Books 210, page 21, key priorities. I've written there KPIs in the operational plan. Should they be mentioned in that?
Sorry, Councillor Summerfield, are you talking about it under key priorities, like a separate key priority?
As an additional...
A separate key priority of...
Yeah, and I don't know. This is, as I say, these are just things that came to my mind while I was reading it. I know we've workshopped this previously, and perhaps they should have come to my mind then, but they haven't, and I just feel it's not too late to shut the gate.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Summerfield, if we look at performance, which would be how we implement the corporate plan, our first one there, 4.1, is deliver the corporate plan, operational plan and budget. Typically our KPIs are included in the operational plan, which implements the corporate plan, flowing from those goals.
All right.
So
So you feel like we have got that covered, really?
Yes, in fact, it's in the legislation that we need to provide an annual operational plan consistent, which operationalise the 5-year corporate plan. So I think it's covered, yes.
Okay, thank you. So then, Board Books 212, number 2.8. Oh, yes. So 2.7 is ongoing advancement and promotion of Toowoomba as the Garden City. And we did do a fair bit of discussion about this next one when we did our workshop on it. The uniqueness of our townships and villages throughout the region is understood and valued. I do believe that we need to be reflective of those the same way we are of Toowoomba. And could I suggest that we actually add promotion in there as well? The promotion or the uniqueness of our townships and villages throughout the region is understood, valued and promoted. Because we're promoting Toowoomba, so I feel like we should promote our regional areas as well. So understood, valued and promoted would be my suggestion.
Yeah, so remove the and, or put the and after valued and add promoted
Yeah.
at the end of it.
Yeah, just so that they're all aligned.
Has anyone got a differing view on that? If not, we'll just make that as an amendment, Wendy, as well, which is 2.8. Shift the and to at the end. Shift the end to at the end and add promoted.
And then my final one was on Board Books 216, which is page 27 of the corporate plan. 216 needs a verb. Deliver. Oh yeah. So if you look at 4.1, 4.2, they say deliver the corporate plan, continue to pursue prudent, and then the next one doesn't have a verb, but all the others do. So deliver community and customer focused service. Delivery.
Yes, Councillor, we'll take
Service.
delivery off the
Off
end.
the
and
end
put
and put it, yeah.
Delivery of at the start.
Just so that it's all consistent, that's all. That's just me being pedantic with proofreading. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, anyone got any divergent views of that one? So Wendy, that's the third amendment. 4.3, adding the words delivery of at the start, lowercase c, and full stop after service. That's all, Councillor Nancy? Okay, Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor. Page 212 of Board Books. It's 2.10 under the key priorities for place, I think it is. And apologies if we've talked about this and I missed it, and I'm grateful for all the workshops, Dave, that we've done on this. When we say pursue options for a greener Toowoomba Region and Council, and then we've got in brackets procurement, comma, waste education, comma, waste to energy, close brackets. We're not saying that the pursuit of options for a greener Toowoomba Region and Council are limited to those three, are we?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I would say we certainly are not. I imagine that has come about through the conversations that were held at that time. Looking upon that now, we could probably remove those words that are in the brackets and have pursue options for a greener Toowoomba Region and Council. My recollection was there was a discussion, that discussion led to people talking to the points, we've included them, but we could, it would look tidier, I'd have to agree, if we took those few words out.
Well, I think we either do one of two things. We either take it out or we say including but not limited to. So I'm agnostic, but I think as it is, it indicates a direction that probably isn't reflective of what we're actually intending. So whatever, Mayor, either including that or take it out.
Mike, yeah, well, has everyone got a different view of taking them out? Okay, well, that's, Wendy, that's Amendment 4, which is 2.10, removing those words under that procurement, waste education, waste to energy. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks. They're all great things, but I would hope that we're just not limiting ourselves to those things. Thanks.
Councillor Melissa? No? Anyone else? Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to go back to the comment about smart cities, and if we need to debate it, I'd like to prosecute that a little bit more, I guess. I guess I'd need to move on a motion to have that smart city use of the word smart city removed, and it just read investigate and report to council on opportunities to use technology and innovation to improve the livability of the region. So
Well, what we might be best to do, because what I'd like to see is that this is endorsed by all of us, if we possibly can, is to actually deal with that separately, if that's what we'd like to do, and then if there is a change to what's in here, then it becomes a further amendment. But if we discuss and debate it, and it stays as it is, then it won't be an amendment, obviously. But there'll be an opportunity for you, particularly, then to talk and debate that case, as will everyone else have that chance, and then we can move through as one motion, and then the second motion, if you're comfortable with that.
So
we'll just go to further questions, and then we'll revisit that one, if you don't mind.
No worries.
Any other questions, councillors, in regard to the corporate plan? If there's not, Wendy, this will be an additional motion that the use of word smart city is removed from the corporate plan. Just a simple motion like that, and that way, Councillor Carl, you have the opportunity to move that motion, and if there's a seconder, then we'll go through the process. That way we'll keep it separate, and you'll have the opportunity then to record your vote as anyone else would at that stage. The use of smart city be removed from the corporate plan. Are you comfortable with that motion, Councillor Carl? Pretty simple one. So if you're happy, I'm happy for you to move that. Okay, moved by Councillor Carl. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Tim. Councillor Carl, is there cause for debate in this one? No one's going to be against that? No cause for debate? Because if there's not, I'll put it to the vote. If there's no cause for debate? Okay. Yeah, more than happy to ask a question.
Thanks, Mayor. So the proposed amendment is to remove capital S smart, capital C city from that 2.5. We've had significant feedback from parts of the community. They were referring to this smart city concept that probably is different to what the intention with the technology and innovation, as I understood it, was. So can I just get clarity about what exactly is smart city technology? Can I just get clarity about what that smart city technology is, please?
Okay, so did you want that for the officers? Because that wording has included that too, from the conversation of last time, to include technologies in there. So did you want to talk to that for clarity?
I remember now we inserted the word technology instead
That's
of
right.
smart city. I apologise, I just withdraw that. Thank
No,
you,
that's
I
okay.
understand.
That's all right. So therefore, there is a motion before we've got a mover and we've got a seconder for that motion. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of that motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in favour. That motion is carried. So therefore, it will be an amendment to when we adopt the corporate plan. It'll be amendment to that. So that's moved, and then there's going to be an amendment. So Wendy, that's the 5th, if I'm keeping tabs, which will be 2.5, and it'll then read the same, just with the 2 words smart city removed. Okay, so that's therefore the case. Now, did anyone want to record their votes on that in that particular case? I didn't ask that question. Councillor Carroll would like to record their vote against. Councillor Megan would like to record their vote against. Councillor Kerry would like to record their vote against. So we're going to call the division of the vote. Okay. So division of the vote. You had 4 was Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Bill, Councillor Tim. In fact, it was that whole section there. Councillor Nancy, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Melissa. That made it easier to work through. So it's the top of the triangle square there. Okay, so you got all those 4? I can't quite read that. And against we have Councillor Carroll, Councillor Megan, Councillor James, Councillor Kerry and myself. So therefore it's carried with the, so you've got the 4s as well. I guess if you've got the against, you know what the 4s are. Okay, so that now stays as it is, and there's an amendment which removes Smart City from 2.5, which I think you had there, Wendy. That's right, Bill. That's covered off that one. It's removed it out of there. Are there any other questions, councillors? There's no more questions there. Okay, now let's see if we can compile this motion. Wendy, you've done a great job here. Councillor James?
I do have a question, sorry, not on, you mean on that topic we're just talking about, or in general about where we sit?
Well, I was just about to sum up the motion, but if you've got potentially more amendments, then we'll cover off on that.
I just want to go back to, so around the key priorities, 2.7, 2.8, we were talking about ongoing advancement, promotion, etc., and where we added the word promotion, which I do agree with, but I was wondering, I had a similar notion or thought with this along the same lines, but tackling it kind of differently. I kind of felt like, so we're talking about this as a corporate plan for the entire region, so I think we would all be advocating, and it'd be stronger to have in here ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region, because we're talking about it as a whole, as an important aspect. If there's a separate part to it that's next, I just kind of felt like, you know, if we're just going to have in there that and I understand, like Toowoomba is the garden city, and there's an importance around the promotion of that, but I just wondered if it needed, like what I'd sort of thought about was if it was, for example, this is what I thought in my mind was 2.7, ongoing advancement and promotion of Toowoomba region, full stop. If we see it as an important part around the ongoing promotion of Toowoomba for its garden city or the garden city image, but I think it's also equally important that 2.8 is significant in that that's not necessarily about promotion of, I more felt that was more a understanding of the uniqueness of these townships and how they're understood and how they're valued and how we represent them, if that's the right word, or do you know what I mean? That's just like, as I said, I can certainly live with the addition of where we've landed within adding of promotion of, but I just wonder around, as I said, the message of this for a plan of this magnitude for the entire region, when there's something in there where we're talking about first advancement and promotion of Toowoomba as a garden city, where I think one of our big advocacies is Toowoomba like as the region and how it's promoted.
James, what you're suggesting, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you change 2.7 to the ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region.
We'll stop.
And 2.8 would stay as it was, because it actually has an intent, not necessarily as promoted, because that's captured in 2.7 with your change, Toowoomba region, and would actually stay as what it was. Because what you're suggesting is the uniqueness of our townships and is understood and valued, is separate from promoted, and promoted takes care of it in 2.7, as you say, Toowoomba region.
In my mind, yes. That's just where because I agree with the suggestion and how it needs to be, but I do have concerns around separating to say that we want to continue to advance and promote Toowoomba as the garden city. Toowoomba is only one part that makes up our region, and this is a corporate plan for our entire region. If we see fit that it needs a separate line that has the ongoing advancement of the city of Toowoomba as the garden city, but I then want to also include something along the lines where we had before about the promotion of our,
Perhaps
the regional areas.
Perhaps not to complicate it too much, I think the words of promotion of Toowoomba region covers off on all aspects, which could be whatever it could be. And the second part, we keep it back to what it was and value, because it actually talks about the uniqueness of those towns.
That's my suggestion. That's what I would. That's
Well,
my thought.
Just a general consensus before we make an adjustment to Wendy. So if you go back to 2.8, then doesn't become an amendment. 2.8 will stay as it is. However, 2.7 will change to ongoing. I'll wait for you, Wendy, sorry. Okay, so 2.7 will become ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region. James, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, and then so then 2.8.
2.8
Yeah, 2.8.
stays
Sorry,
what it
it stays
is.
as is. That would be my.
Is there
thoughts.
That's we don't need people to talk to it at this stage. That you're comfortable with that, so that's an amendment that we'll take forward, right? Got consensus around that one, righto. So Wendy, well done again. Let's work through those if you don't mind, Wendy, so that we're all crystal clear on what we're doing here. So is this the first amendment, Wendy? Okay, so just the council adopts. What's the first part? Sorry, apologies. Council adopt with the following amendments, and then this is the first amendment, Amendment 1. Message from the remove hosting from such and such, and that's the example of what you've done. From the, yes, you've taken out hosting, so you've got to remove that then from hosting. So what do you do there? Put a line through it? Okay. So you're clear on that? Everyone's clear on that's the first motion that we're doing? So that's amendment number 1. Brilliant. Okay. Right. That's amendment 1. The second amendment? Well, we're going to do them all as one thing. That's right. But if I'm happy to pull them all out separately, if you got a different view on all of these, Tim. Well, we're going to work through them one by one. If there's something that raises a flag, we'll pull it out and vote on it separately, like we did with the other. Second one, Wendy. 4.3, delete community and customer focused service delivery. Oh, that's right. We switched that around. Put delivery at the start. That's clear. Oh, delivery at the end of that, Wendy, gets removed. Thank you, Councillor Edwina. Happy with that one now? Okay, next one. 2.1. Delete pursue options for greener, etc. Insert pursue option. So we're removing the things in brackets. Right. Next one. Where does that come into it? Okay, 2.5, delete investigate report on opportunities to use smart city innovation, etc. Insert investigate the report, so we remove the word smart city. Okay, good. We actually voted on that separately, so that's now included in there as voted on. Delete ongoing advancement and promotion of Toowoomba as a garden city. Insert ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region. They're all the items. Now, Councillor Megan.
I understand what your intent is, Councillor O'Shea. I think the use of the words garden city is what is unique about Toowoomba, and maybe I just think that's a critical part of our uniqueness or our sales, the thing that we love about Toowoomba, and I think it's kind of to our detriment to get rid of the words garden city.
Well, I think James also had the option of having a secondary one, another item that had ongoing advancement and promotion of Toowoomba City as the garden city was another one James mentioned as well, which I'm happy to put in here if we required. So just you think about that, James, for a moment. Councillor Tim, you had your hand up, and then Councillor Nancy.
I, with respect, agree with Councillor Megan. I think ongoing events and promotion of the Toowoomba region, I don't think that needs to be in there as is. I think the whole report is about that. And I really think that the emphasis of this particular 2.7 was about our Garden City perception and how it needs to be maintained. So I feel like we've lost something important and gained perhaps something that was, I think, already assumed in the whole report. So I'm sort of not in favour of this amendment.
Okay, so, but Councillor Tim, if this included an additional line, a 2 point whatever it might be, that reads, Councillor James, ongoing advancement and promotion of Toowoomba City as the Garden City, does that cover off on what you were thinking? Or Toowoomba as the Garden City? Leave out Toowoomba City, just Toowoomba as the Garden City.
Mr Mayor, to suggest something that might be easier administratively, how would Council feel about the insert, which is currently ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region and Toowoomba as the Garden City? Is that a possibility? It would be easier to write.
I'm happy to have that as well. It covers off on all areas, I think. Councillor Tim? Councillor Megan? So therefore, Councillor Nancy, you had your hand up as well.
I was really comfortable with what you'd come up with, Councillor James, the Toowoomba region, because that's the reason why I brought it up before, was I want that inclusivity, and I think that by singling out Toowoomba as a Garden City, you've still got that separation. And we all know that Toowoomba is the Garden City, and that's what it would be promoted as. It's just that you wouldn't have that detail in there because, you know, we could be promoting do we list all of our major townships as well and what they stand for, and we're going to promote them for their whatever, and then the villages are going to say, well, why aren't you promoting our village? Why isn't that listed in the corporate plan? I found James's word to be really inclusive, which is something that we really strive for here at Council. We want that inclusivity of all of the townships and villages and the city to feel as one. And so I really like those words that Councillor James had come up with, and I think that by adding Toowoomba as the Garden City, it's unnecessary because everybody knows it's a Garden City and that is how we promote it, but it provides that divide by adding it. That's just my thoughts, and maybe it could just be a quick thumbs up around the table as to who supports what, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to take it a step further and do like we did before and actually vote on it, James, if you're happy with that wording, and if we go down this path, you'll be the one moving this particular motion.
Okay, so that, just to be clear, so it's going back to what we had originally as advancement promotion of the Toowoomba region. That's what we're saying. Is that what you're getting at? And then,
oh, look, well, this has come back from Councillor Megan and Tim as querying. So at the moment it's landed on that, but I'm happy to go to the vote with your original one, which was Toowoomba region, and stop it. Well, but it's up to you, because you also mentioned about Toowoomba as the Garden City as an option.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with what I had there originally. The thing I'd say with it is, if we're going to put in a line after it about Toowoomba as the Garden City, there needs to be an external one about promotion or recognition of townships and villages or something like that. So yeah, no. So I'm happy to move the amendment that put originally there.
The original one, which was the promotion of the Toowoomba region. Yep. Okay. So, beg your pardon.
Yes, I'm happy to
move that. So this is what we're voting on is Toowoomba as Toowoomba region. Sorry, there we go. So we change promotion of Toowoomba as the Garden City to ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region. We're moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Bill. Is there cause for a debate on this one? No cause for debate. Therefore, we'll go to the motion. We go to the vote. Those in favour of the motion. 1, 2. Now you want the vote recorded because we'll do that with. We'll do that if required. Now Beck's out of the room for this one. If we hold her hand up long enough, she might be back in time. So we'll get. Oh, Councillor Rebecca. While you're here, the motion has been put on to say ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region. There was some discussion about that, and we got landed on this, which we've spoken about, but we just wanted to move this and get it clarified. So it was ongoing advancement and promotion of Toowoomba as the Garden City. It's now being changed to ongoing advancement and promotion of the Toowoomba region. Those in favour? Right. So we've got, you want vote recorded before I even go down the path of writing all this down? Yes, we do. Okay. Call for a division. So we've got against is Tim, Megan, Councillor Tim, Councillor Megan, Councillor Kerry. You got that one, Wendy? Okay, that motion's carried. So that will then be an amendment to the corporate plan. Okay. So is there any further? That was the last amendment, I think, Wendy, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the last amendment that we had. So any other questions, councillors, in regard to this? So we are moving. Well, Councillor Carroll, I'm happy for you to comment or make a change or whatever you'd like to do.
No, I don't want to make a change, Mr Mayor. What I want to comment on is that since amalgamation, most of our areas around Toowoomba have stepped up with their garden competitions and with their displays and as well. So they actually sit underneath the banner of the garden as well, the Garden City. The region is really the garden region, I believe.
That's a be a good conversation to talk about as well for our branding of the region at some point. So we've got now, Wendy, I'm sorry to be a nuisance here, but can we just go back up to the top and just flick through them so the councillors know exactly what we're voting on here? So, and just quickly slip through the amendments so that we know. If we need to go through and vote on the others, we will. So we've removed, we've moved hosting, that's gone, and then we've inserted, that's fine. Service delivery, we switched that around and took delivery off the end, terrific. Next one. Options for greens, we've removed those things in brackets. Next one. Opportunities, we removed smart city. Next one. Ongoing investment promotion. Okay, that's the motion. Moved by Councillor Nancy. Second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? All unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for the process we worked through there. Councillors, thank you, David and Troy, and thanks for your efforts too, because you're very inclusive in the way that you worked with councillors through that. We do appreciate it, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. It's been a great process. We've enjoyed it and we've got to a conclusion that's really good.
If we're all enjoying it, that's a good thing, David, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, councillors, let's move. It's to item number 14. Item number 14 is before us, and I welcome Bailey Garcher. Welcome, Bailey, Manager of Governance and Legal Services. Bailey is the author of item 14, which is the electoral arrangement review. Bailey, I might just hand directly over to you so you can go through and then we'll go to questions. That's fine.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I'll take the report as read. It's an initiative of the councillors and take any questions.
Thank you, Bailey. Questions, councillor. Councillor Shine.
No, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Bailey. First of all, thank you for the report. I raised with you by email reference in the brief to cost and savings. Cost I can see where the reference is in the guide, but I can't see where the requirement to identify savings is. Could you help me with that, if possible?
Councillor Shine, it's in the same section in the guide. Unsure what page you've got it on board books there. 229, but it says estimates of any costs or savings as anticipating as a result of the change. So those words are directly, in summary from the guide.
So I guess, Councillor Shine, if I correct me if I'm wrong, you're talking about a quantum, a dollar amount that could be a saving?
Yeah, the obligation to provide evidence of savings, and looking at 229 under costs associated with a proposal for change, the second paragraph, the proponents are responsible for identifying the potential costs associated with the proposed change. and for undertaking the financial analysis required for more complex change proposals. The word savings I can't find, that's all.
So there's a table over the page as a guide. It says cost analysis required for change proposals, figure 4.4. If you look at the second column, it says major estimates of any costs or savings anticipated as a result of the change. So when we would lodge a submission, we would use this guide and go through and tick off and bash, you know, these are the things we'll address in our submission. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had missed that.
Any further?
Odd that applies to major, but doesn't appear to apply to routine or significant, but, for some reason. No, thank you.
So, councillors, there is, just to put you in the frame here, what we're actually discussing here. There's two options that that the author has put forward. The option one is the council resolve that. Sorry, Councillor Bill, you jump in there.
No, just subsequent to conversational question, I'm happy to move a motion that we go with option one.
I guess I was just going to articulate those for those that might be watching. Option one was that council resolved that no further work be carried out on this matter. Number two, the council resolved to engage a qualified consultant to prepare by June 2024 a division election arrangement paper for council to consider, i.e. electoral divisions, a mapped area and number of councillors to represent the electoral division, because the motion itself, the recommendation, says for councillors to determine a preferred option, which is above it. So there is no councillor recommendation for this. There is no officer recommendation for this. It is councillor only recommendation, and that's where we sit. So I've got someone, Councillor Carl has moved option one. Councillor Carroll has moved option two. You've seconded option one. Thanks, Councillor Carroll, for picking me up on that one. Well, I'm happy to go to questions and comments now as well. So, Councillor Sean, you had your hand back up again.
Yeah, just a matter of clarification in terms of procedure here. If this motion is passed, then that automatically means that option two is not considered. Is that follows? It does follow. And therefore...
You could flag an alternate motion if you wanted to flag an alternate motion. You can flag an alternate motion at any stage. It just means this one gets voted on. Right. If it's successful, that's the end of the the section. If it's unsuccessful, then you have an alternate motion.
Okay, well, I'll flag the alternate motion being option number two.
Thank you. Councillor Nancy and Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the paper too, Bailey, the report. So just going back to those comments that were up there in those boxes earlier, that's really more reflective of a boundary change than introducing divisions, isn't it? The talk about transferring of assets.
Councillor Carroll, could you just, I'm not sure if you're trying to say something there or not. No, well, let's all be, think about what we worked through yesterday, which is around our respectful relationships for everyone. Councillor Nancy, continue on.
Thanks, Councillor Jeff. The way I read it, it was sort of those maroon coloured boxes indicating transferring of assets. That would only be if there was a boundary change, not introducing divisions. So I can't see that if we were to introduce divisions that there would be any transfer of assets. Where does it say that? Yeah, see, external boundary changes. That's what that's all about. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that there wasn't those sort of costs involved, that if we were going to introduce divisions. And I'd just like to foreshadow that I will support Councillor Kerry's motion. Thank you.
I've got you, Councillor Carroll. I've just got Councillor Tim first. Thanks.
Chair, look, I was going to go into debate at Councillor Bill's motion at the appropriate time.
That's fine. Councillor Carroll.
Mr Chair, I think Bailey will confirm that this is the Queensland Government's to cover both boundary changes and I think it covers both. this, and it's the same stuff that came in some time ago.
Bailey, do you want to talk to that question, confirmation?
I need to take that on notice, but my review of the other submissions is they're the items that have been part of the proposal. So from looking at that, the costs associated with the proposal for change, I would say that their items would reflect in the final submission that, that they'd be interested in knowing.
So on page 227, the major on that talks about Bailey, and that's where you've picked this, and examples in the second dot point of major changes include changing the name of the council, the number of council, changing from divided to undivided or vice versa. And so it's quite broad, and then boundary changes impacting large amounts as well. So any other questions? Councillor Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get it clear in my mind. So this has come from the resolution I think Councillor Shine brought to Council earlier in the year about investigating divisions. So if this is lost, then our only chance to have a look at this again is what?
At your prerogative, whatever you like. So essentially what you're voting, we're not putting it's a council sensitive matter. So we've gone and done the work. So you subject to, the desire of council, you could raise the issue at any time in the future. So technically we've provided what the process would be. What I've discovered, it's quite a lengthy process. It requires to be successful, you would need to have significant consultation with the community. You'll want to make that consultation successful because that determines whether the submission will be successful, and noting that it's unbudgeted and it's unresourced at this stage. So we've provided the process. Okay, that would be the same process unless the guide and the process changes if you raised it in the future.
Could I just clarify?
Clarification, Councillor Shine.
No, I understand it. I think Councillor Megan's question was, if this is lost, the only thing before us at the moment is option 1. So if that's lost, then the foreshadowed option 2 will be debated. Is that right?
That's 100% correct. You foreshadowed the second option. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, Bailey, that estimate of costs, $300,000 to $500,000, is that mostly the external consultant and the community consultation costs?
Predominantly, yes. It depends the level of consultation, and then obviously a submission would be written, and that's something I would have to think of how we resource in our area to assist. That's a very high level estimate, okay, because once we get the original sort of proposal together, then it's really up to council what consultation you want to proceed with. And that's a high level estimate without looking at the detail, because essentially the last one that was submitted, which was by Ipswich Council, it didn't succeed, and it had a very minor change. It sort of had to put a couple of extra councils in one division, and it sort of had an external advisor helping them as well. But it depends what you want to do in consultation. As you know, mail outs and phone calls, phone surveys can get expensive. But if you're going to start the journey, my advice would be is that you'll have to have good expenditure on consultation, because that will be the ultimate test of whether you've got enough feedback in the submission. So yeah, so that's a high level number. I haven't done detail, but looking at it at a high level, just use the multiple of consultants to prepare option mapping, because that's the first thing we'd have to bring back to council, a report. This is the options, rather than just give you one solution, we'll give you a variety of solutions to eliminate. So there would be extensive work to show how you got to what you're putting in your consultation process. So it isn't internally resourced, it's not budgeted. I actually believe you probably would go over that top end once you got into it.
Okay, so just if I might have a follow-up to that, please, Mayor. Thank you. So then in terms of that budget allocation, which isn't there at the moment, if the first motion is lost and the foreshadowed motion is successful, when would the budget consideration come back to council?
Well, I'd need to put a business case forward to Anne-Marie to say, look, this is what I think the budget is, and then go through that.
Okay.
So it would come inside a new budget if you're going to proceed.
Okay, and can I just square that against the timeline, which is, spelt out in option 2 there, by June 2024. How does that square with that timeline that's in the report?
So June 24. So the costs of the process, we can sort of look at the detail of it. That would take a couple of months. The June 24 is start to get heavy in the work and bring the first lot of. If you're going to proceed by June 24, you'd want management to start bringing some detailed analysis. And the heavy lifting would be done at the start, so there'd be significant work at the start.
So therefore, just the budget considerations would be and would have to go through that process as well. So this might be one gate, but you'd have to get a clearer understanding of the budget and what it would actually be. Councillor Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I was asking you earlier, Bailey, without me spelling it out, was that we're going to make a decision in here without doing any community consultation about whether this is what the community wants.
That's
so. You know, we just adopted our corporate plan after a lot of community consultation, and we're talking about making a decision in here without community consultation. So, yeah, I just wanted to sort of get that clear in my mind.
So for this process, it's sort of process driven. What you're actually doing is making a decision that you've got interest in this, and essentially the process would be to do detailed community consultation after you've made the decision. Okay, that from that detailed community consultation, which is going to have a dollar impact, you'd get the feedback back, and the community would tell you that, you know, if you get low numbers of support, that's going to be your community consultation. So you would do it, but it's sort of like the council needs to make a decision whether they have interest in this process, and if they do, then the community consultation is a stage in the process, and obviously there's a cost process in that as well. So yeah, so you would do, community will get plenty of opportunity to provide feedback, and you would take that on board before you lodged a submission.
I guess the key word in the second part, if you get to that second part, is the word consider. So therefore it would be subject to, at the end of it, budgetary considerations, because at the moment the quantum is really not known. You've got a number there, but the quantum and the amount of work. So that would be, the word consider would probably be the next section, and that would be a body of work that would come back to us to consider. And therefore June 2024 is this current financial year. So even having a month and year on there might be problematic from a decision perspective. Any more questions or comments? Councillor Carroll.
I'd make a comment first. When we had amalgamation, we were offered two options. The first one was that we could be divided. Being divided meant there was one councillor for the former shires of Clifton, Cambodia, Pittsworth and Millmerran. Two dedicated councillors.
Just make sure we're not going to debate here.
No, I'm not.
Councillor
I'm
Carroll.
just telling you how it was, because there was
No,
no
but
one else
that
here.
could well form a debate.
And two dedicated councillors for the likes of
If
John
there's not a
Varian.
question, Councillor Carroll, then we'll go to the vote.
Well,
If
other
there's not a
people have
question.
had comment, Mr Mayor.
But we'll go to debate.
It seems we have
It
to...
sounds like you're
no,
debating.
I have a question for Bailey, thank you.
Okay, that's great.
So Ipswich, did they do theirs after administration period or during the elected members before the council was dismissed?
I'll take it on notice, but my reading, obviously like yourself, I'm reading a lot these days, there's plenty of reports. It was actually within administration. The administrator actually lodged the proposal.
I actually know the answer to the question.
So yes, yeah.
Councillor Rebecca, you had a question?
Yeah, I just don't understand, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Carroll, so what...
I wasn't allowed to continue. What the answer to the question was...
Councillor Carroll, you were allowed to continue as providing it wasn't debating the item.
I was telling you the court...
That was my call. It was my call, and I'll cop the call. The question is now from Councillor Rebecca in regard to what that relationship means to what we're talking about here, as far as timing with
You're
Ipswich.
talking about what
Timing for Ipswich.
What? Oh, Ipswich. Well, because the administrator, they were sacked. All the councillors were sacked, and the actual the administrators were put in there, and they did that. Yeah.
So that's the context. Okay, we have a mover, which is Councillor Carl. We have a seconder, which is Councillor Carroll. It seems like there will be some call for debate. Councillor Tim's mentioned that already, so Councillor Bill, go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, there's been a lot of good questions and probably some of the points I wanted to cover off. Firstly, it is a major change, as Bailey has indicated to us. There are likely quite substantial costs, and yes, a lot of those will be around proper and thorough consultation if we choose to go that way. There's likely ongoing adjustments, recurrent costs under this proposed model as put by Councillor Shine to come to Council for a recommendation. And I speak as an absolute minority in this boardroom, as I think the only councillor that's worked under a divisional arrangement. Sorry, Councillor Carroll. There will be ongoing costs to council under this model over and above what we experience now, because we have areas in growth, we have areas in decline, and we have areas that are static across our region. And divisional boundaries will have to be adjusted within a tolerance of numbers of votes. We just had a previous conversation about being unified. Councillor James brought up some really good points about we are one region. And under the model that I will always avidly support one region, and the value of a vote is the same across the region. And as one who's experienced the ugly side of working in divisions, the amount of meetings that happen outside of meetings and caucusing that goes on, we will over time, and what I experienced very early in my local government career was ultimately what I would call a divisional budget, where councillors decided on things before they actually got into the room. And it's no good saying that doesn't happen. The reality is it becomes a divisional budget instead of a one TRC budget, where there is appropriate cross-subsidising across the region so that all areas of the region can afford to have a standard of service. And I'll give you a very good example. There were many pieces of infrastructure, having worked on on the council with the largest budget outside of Toowoomba City at the time. The Crow's Nest Council couldn't afford many pieces of critical infrastructure that were afforded within the first term of amalgamation because there was appropriate one region cross-subsidy. So that's the benefit of a one vote that's same across the region, whether it's in Yarraman or Clifton. The other thing that I would strongly like to point out that is very likely ongoing recurrent cost or expense to council, the ratepayer, is the asset costs or establishment of offices, councillor offices and facilities. It is unreasonable to expect that if there is a divisional councillor or councillors in the northern or southern end of our region, that they should expect any less than an office space in the division that they represent. So that is a continued reoccurring expense we do not have now. It is unreasonable to expect a councillor to come to Toowoomba under a divisional arrangement to conduct all of their business. So that's another likely, not likely, definite cost we will incur. And consultation, as I've said, is unavoidable. I've mentioned the divisional budget. And be careful in our minds here that we haven't already made a decision about what we think is best for the region by entertaining this unnecessarily and putting us into a position where we will spend lots of money to actually just go through a consultation process, alone additional expense on our budget, to probably find out the obvious, that most people think that we are one region and we should be one region. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Now, councillors, this is a very unusual situation we find ourselves in because we're less than 5 minutes from a special meeting, advertised special meeting, of which we have input from people online as well for that meeting. And therefore, we will resume this meeting. We'll have to adjourn this meeting, do the special meeting, and then come back. It's unusual, and I would hope it never happens again, but that's where we find ourselves, and it needs to happen this afternoon. That's okay. You can. Well, we'll give you a bit more time to get it together. So, Councillor Carl, thanks for your first part of moving that motion, and we've got Councillor Carroll, and we'll resume this meeting after the next meeting, the special meeting. So, can I have someone to move to adjourn? Moved by Councillor James, second by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Those against? Motion's carried. Thanks, Wendy. Have you got...